Hey folks, we're just going to delay the start of the meeting by about 5 minutes so we can bring out some additional chairs for everybody, and then we will be bringing those in front. We will need to keep the exits, the fire exits and emergency exits open. So for those on Zoom and those in the gallery, sorry for a delay, but we do want to make sure everybody has a place to sit. So we might be here a minute. Thanks.
Just as a quick process point before we start, if you are interested in testifying, Devin Aldrich, who's going to raise her hand, has testifying cards back there for you to fill in, and then she'll bring them up to us.
It's on. Good evening and welcome to the special called public hearing of the McMinnville City Council, April 18th, 2023. It is 6:04 p.m. and I'd ask our city recorder, Claudia Cisneros, to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Geary.
Oh, good evening.
Councillor Minke.
Present.
Councillor Chenoweth.
Good evening.
Councillor Payne.
Present.
Councillor Peralta.
Here.
Council President President Garvin,
Here.
and Mayor Drapkin.
Here. Thank you very much. I want to take one quick moment to say a quick thank you to really the community, but the community encompassing our city staff who has worked tirelessly on not just this application, but this process as a whole, and have dedicated many hours. I would like to thank all of our volunteers that have been involved in this process, from the Historic Landmark Committee to the Planning Commission and to this council, and for your extra volunteerism this evening, setting up chairs as well. Thank you. And I would like to say this, and I'll say it again in a few moments, but I'd also like to thank the community for robust engagement in this process. And before we start, I would ask Councilor Menke to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. I'm going to give a little overview here. Tonight we're here for a public hearing regarding the Gwendolyn Hotel appeal, an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of 4 land use decisions associated with the Gwendolyn Hotel: AP 523, HL 622, AP 623, HL 722, AP 723, HL 822, AP 823, DDR 2-22. Tonight we will have a public hearing for the consideration of the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of our 4 land use decisions associated with the Gwendolyn Hotel. The applicant is HD McMinnville, LLC. The Planning Commission approved all 4 land use decisions. Daniel Kaiser has appealed all 4 Planning Commission decisions of approval to the City Council. On behalf of the members of the council, I would like to welcome those in attendance. This meeting will be digitally recorded and will be held in accordance with the land use procedures required by the McMinnville Code, the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, and the State of Oregon. Our meeting is being conducted as a hybrid meeting, allowing for both in-person participation and virtual participation via Zoom. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. To any members of the public that have joined virtually, your participation will be set to mute and video display hidden. At the appropriate times during the meeting, I will ask those in attendance virtually whether they would like to speak. When this occurs, please select the raise hand option from your device. When you have selected raise hand, the staff person managing the meeting will know that you would like to speak. I will give adequate time at these points during the meeting to ensure that we capture everyone that would like to speak. If you're having difficulty using the raise hand feature, you may also use the chat feature to type and state that you would like to speak. This will be monitored by the staff person managing the meeting. If using the chat feature, please note which agenda item you would like to speak about, and we'll allow you to speak at the appropriate time on the agenda. Please note that you should not use the chat function for any other communications. If you are calling in via phone and do not have access to the Zoom meeting video and toolbar, please wait until I ask if there is anyone on the phone who would like to address the council. I will make sure that everyone who wants to participate in the public hearing has the opportunity to do so. I want to again thank everyone who's joined this public hearing for their participation. Oregon Land Use Goal number 1 is citizen participation. The intent of that goal is to provide an opportunity for citizens to participate in the land use decision-making process. The City Council must make their decision based on the federal, state, and local regulations governing the project at the time it was submitted. All decisions must have legal findings based on whether or not the land use proposal meets the criteria for which we need to review the project. The order of procedure for tonight's hearings are set out in detail in our city code. We will start with a staff report that will describe the Planning Commission decision that was rendered, the criteria that the city needs to use to render a decision, and the logistics regarding when the decision needs to be made. Then the City Council may have questions of the staff. Next, the applicant will be asked to provide a presentation on their project and how they feel it meets all of the criteria for for the city's decision-making. Then the city council will have questions of the applicant. After the applicant, the public in support of the project will be asked to provide testimony, and the city council may ask the public clarifying questions about their testimony. After the public who support the project have testified, the appellant will be asked to provide a presentation. City council may then have questions of the appellant. Then the public who is in opposition to the project will be asked to testify, and the city council may ask the public clarifying questions about their testimony. Last, after all of the public testimony has been heard, the applicant will have the opportunity to provide a rebuttal to the oppositional testimony to the city council. Once the city council has heard from everyone and the city council is satisfied that it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the council will close the public hearing, deliberate amongst themselves, and announce the decision. This is the process outlined in our city codes for conducting public hearings. We understand people may be anxious about when it will be their opportunity to testify, so we have scheduled 2 evenings to hear testimony if necessary. I'm not able to tell you yet if you will get to testify today or tomorrow, but each person will have an opportunity to testify, but only one opportunity to testify. We do wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. Per section 2.36.030 of the McMinnville Municipal Code, the presiding officer is authorized to set time limits for oral testimony. The staff report, applicant, and appellant presentations will all be limited to 25 minutes. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person, so we can ensure that everyone who wants to be heard can be heard. We ask that you keep your comments succinct and related to the criterion for which the application needs to be reviewed. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please testify by stating your name and address for the record and indicating that you concur with the previous testimony either in support or in opposition of the application. If you testify, please state your name and address clearly into your device for the record when you testify. Failure to provide this information will preclude the city from providing you with notification of any future action on the application because we will have no way to contact you. If the City Council makes a decision with which you disagree, any issue that you may wish to appeal must have been raised before the city in order to raise it to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient detail and accompanied by statements or evidence allowing the city and all parties to respond, the issue will not be considered. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. I do want to add that we have a new feature tonight. We will have a time clock that you can see both on Zoom and on the screen here for the public comment period. And so this will allow me, instead of informing you when your 3 minutes is up, you will be able to watch that, and if anybody needs assistance with that, I can assist with that, and if anyone runs over, I will inform them that their time is up. And I will now open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the City Council to hear this matter? Does any counselor wish to make any disclosure or abstain from participating or voting on this application?
I have a number of ex parte contacts. I'll just mention the names and the date. Cherry Haas, December 4th, 2022. Jan Fax, December 4th, 2022. John Johnson, January 4th, 2022. Skip Hewalt, December 31st, December 22. Sharon Hunt, McHorders, Kramers, and Mathers at a group setting, January 7th, 2023. Aaron Stevenson, March 1st, 2023. Doris Towery, April 6th, 2023. The Sunrise Rotary Group, Remy was present, February 22nd, 2023. Mark Pitt in email, March 4th, 2023. Don Cummins, email, April 14th, 2023. Briefly, Zach Geary on an email switcheroo on the same date, April 14th, 2023.
Thank you. Does any other counselor wish to make any disclosure or abstain from participating or voting on this application?
I do. I met with Andrew Clark on January 24th and did not receive any additional facts during that meeting that would be relevant to my consideration on this matter. And I will be making my decision solely on evaluating the record as presented against the applicable approval criteria.
Thank you. Does any other counselor wish to make any disclosure or abstain? Yes, Councilor Berry.
Only one I have is the email from Don Cummings that Councilor Menke and I received that we forwarded into the record.
Thank you. Does any other counselor wish to make any disclosures or abstain from voting? Thank you. For my own disclosure, I will say that whenever anybody has brought up the Gwendolyn, I have simply said I cannot discuss it, and that's been the end of the conversation, and I've never received any information that would influence any decision-making should that I be called upon to make some.
Yeah, can I just state the same? I can't discuss it, and that's why I've listed these people.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think that this has been a very robust conversation in the community and one that's been difficult for probably all of us to avoid at times, but I've made my level best effort to do that.
Thank you. Does any counselor need to declare any contact prior to this hearing with the applicant, any other party involved in this hearing, or any other source of information outside of staff regarding the subject of this hearing?
I already did. That was my ex parte.
Thank you. Does any member of the audience wish to question any counselor further regarding these disclosures or for bias? And I'm just confirming that nothing else is happening virtually that I can't see on my screen. Thank you. I will now call on our Community Development Director, Heather Richards, to give a presentation of the proposal.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and councilors, and good evening. I am going to share my screen with you. My goal tonight is to go through a quick history of this process and then to talk about the Planning Commission decision and next steps. You have received a staff report of about 32 pages, so I'm not going through what's in that staff report. The assumption is that's been read and is part of the record. So you have in front of you three considerations of certificates of approval for demolition for the historic resource at 609 Northeast 3rd Street, 611 Northeast 3rd Street, and 619 Northeast 3rd Street. The Planning Commission approved all three land use applications on a vote of 5-3, and then Daniel Kaiser is appealing their decision to the City Council. You also have in front of you the consideration of a certificate of approval for new construction relative to our downtown design review. That's DDR 2-22. The Planning Commission approved this land use decision 5-3, and Daniel Kaiser is appealing it as well to the City Council. The subject property is 3 sites that are contiguous, located on Northeast 3rd Street between Ford and Galloway. And tonight you're going to hear a lot of dialogue about 2 separate districts in our community and the regulations that apply to those. One is the National Register of Historic Places Historic District. That's what you see in blue there. That's a classification of a historic district. We don't actually have regulations specific to that other than those historic resources are in our historic resources inventory. Then we also have what is in red there, which is our downtown overlay district. We do have regulations that govern how new construction appears in the downtown overlay district. The overlay district is much bigger than the historic district. So with quasi-judicial land use decisions and appeals, you're really in the same place that you are with any quasi-judicial decision making. You need to make decisions based on state and local regulations, and your decision is approve with conditions, or deny. For the certificates of approval for demolition, we're looking at Oregon Land Use Goal 5. We're also looking at Oregon Administrative Rule 660-023-0200. We're looking at McMinnville Comprehensive Plan policies and Chapter 17.65 of our local code, which is our Historic Preservation Code. For the new construction, we're looking at the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan policies and 4 chapters in our McMinnville Municipal Code. One being the C3 general commercial zone, which is the underlying zone in the downtown area, 17.57, which is landscaping, 17.59, which is the downtown design guidelines, excuse me, and 17.60, which is off-street parking. We must have legal findings for our decision that provide the basis for why the city feels that the application does or does not meet these regulations, and these findings need to hold up under a legal challenge. That is the evidence of the findings that we're looking for in this process. What we're not talking about tonight is we're not actually talking about parking impact. The off-street parking code does not require any off-street parking in the downtown area. The applicant is providing 67 spaces of underground parking with the project. We're also not talking about whether hotels are allowed or not allowed downtown, or whether we want hotels or don't want hotels downtown. Hotels are an allowed use in the C3 zone. The maximum height allowance in the C3 zone is a maximum height of 80 feet. The tallest roof on the rooftop is 73 feet and 10 inches. The tallest point of the structure is the elevator tower, which is 81 feet. Elevator towers are expressly exempted from maximum height requirements in the code. In terms of construction document compliance, we've had public testimony about whether it meets ADA or building codes or DEQ requirements or our right-of-way design standards, etc. That is not part of this review. This is an exterior design review for design compliance. All those other regulations will be reviewed with the engineering and building permit submittals. We're also not talking about business practices. We're not talking about business pro formas, etc. These are land use decisions with specific criteria that do not include business plans. And we're also not talking about who the investor is. Land use does not differentiate on whether a developer is a local developer or a developer who's not considered local. When you're asking questions, please ask yourself what type of evidence you need to make an informed finding to guide your decision based on the criteria associated with these land use applications. That's what we will be looking for, Bill Kabeisman and I, as we work with you on this process to develop findings for your decision. So in terms of the demolition decisions, the Planning Commission voted 5-3 to approve all 3 of them. These are structures that were requested to be demolished. They're being reviewed for demolition because of their status as a historic resource, both in 2 ways. They're a historic resource in the McMinnville Downtown Historic District, so because of that, they're captured by the Oregon Administrative Rule for Historic Resources on the National Register of Historic Places. And then they're also a local historic resource and governed by our local regulations. They are considered primary significant contributing, 609 Northeast 3rd Street, and the other 2 are considered secondary significant contributing in the National Register Historic District nomination. And then for our local resources, 2 of them are considered B resources that we call significant, and 1 is considered D environmental. For the Downtown Historic District, this is a map of the district itself designating which properties are considered contributing and which properties are considered non-compatible and not contributing. In terms of the Historic District nomination, the assignment of contributing and not contributing and primary and secondary was based on the year that the resource was built. So it was a primary significant contributing structure if it was built between 1881 to 1912. This is a National Register Historic Places District nomination that was put into effect in the late 80s. The secondary significant contributing, which is the other 2 structures, is based on being built between 1913 and 1937. In terms of our local historic resources inventory, we have 4 classifications, A, B, C, and D: distinctive, significant, contributory, and environmental. 609 Northeast 3rd Street, you have in your staff report and the decision documents a discussion of the history of them and also how they have changed over time. I just wanted to show some pictures of this. 609 Northeast 3rd Street is the oldest building that is being considered for demolition. It's also been modified since it was first built with 3 storefronts. It was then modified to take out the corner storefront and create a sort of gas station entry point there. You can see that in the 3rd photo that's on the lower left-hand side. And then it was again modified where that gas station entry point was changed into a storefront. 611 Northeast 3rd Street was originally built to accommodate the auto industry, and then the ground floor of it has been significantly modified over time. And then 619 Northeast 3rd Street was also built to accommodate the emerging auto industry, and also the ground floor has been modified over time. This is a 1927 photo of all three buildings that show the exterior design on 3rd Street quite well. So the demolition criteria we're looking at is both the Oregon Administrative Rules and our local municipal code. And what it does is it puts together different factors for you to consider when you're considering whether or not to approve a demolition or deny it. Both the state administrative rules and the local code do not tell you that you need to apply all of them or all of them equally, or that the project needs to meet all of them. They are factors for you to consider as you're making your decision. There's discretion in both of the state administrative rules and the local regulations as to how you use these. And you'll see as you go through it that a lot of it is weighing out the pros and cons of both sides of these factors as you're working towards your decision. Both the administrative rules and the local code talk a lot about the condition of the building in terms of its historic integrity, its physical condition, its significance. It talks about it from the perspective of the value to the community, so value of preserving the buildings versus the demolition and the replacement project. And then it also talks about the economics, so the economics of preserving the building versus the replacement project as well. You will see in our local codes that we go a little bit further as to what those criteria mean. And how to apply them, but we don't go significantly far in terms of telling you exactly what they mean or what you're considering. There is a lot of discretion in there. So in terms of the Planning Commission decision, based on weighing those factors, both the state factors and the local code criteria, the Planning Commission decided to approve the demolitions based on the following discussion. So from an economic perspective, they felt that the economic value of the new hotel outweighed the premise of preserving the buildings. They did that based on the evidence that was put into the record by both the applicant and the property owner, demonstrating that the buildings as is did not perform financially for redevelopment purposes and could continue to deteriorate. They felt the value of the investment of the hotel in terms of promoting the city's goal of tourism, the new tax base, the jobs created, and the consumer traffic driven to local businesses was an opportunity that outweighed the unknown ability to preserve the existing buildings in a comprehensive manner. The evidence they used for that was the pro formas for rehabilitation that was provided by the applicant, both at the Historic Landmarks Committee level and then additionally an additional supplemental at the Planning Commission, and then testimony from the property owner at the Planning Commission level about his unsuccessful and sustained efforts to market and sell the buildings to be preserved. There are two conditions of approvals related to this particular factor. One is number 13. Number 13 condition of approval recommends delaying demolition by 120 days to explore reasonable alternatives that include preservation and fair market sale. That's to respond to the testimony that there are other things that could happen with these properties in terms of someone buying them and preserving them and moving them forward. Number 12 is to commission a study on what needs to happen in McMinnville relative to market costs to achieve the community value of historic property rehabilitation and restoration with the low lease rates needed to support local businesses. And again, that is a response to testimony that was received about needing to protect the low lease rates for local businesses, but also the cost of preserving these historic properties. The Planning Commission also felt, in terms of historic significance and integrity, that although the National Register of Historic Places deemed the buildings as significant, both primary or secondary, it was based primarily on the years in which they were built and not their current facades, which no longer depict the significant context in which they were built, such as the emergence of the automobile era. If you look at the minutes from the Planning Commission meetings, many of the planning commissioners talked about how most of the modifications have occurred on the ground floor, removing the bays for the automobile uses, and the buildings no longer reflect that particular industry in their architecture. They felt that based on that marginal significance and integrity of the historic buildings, that the opportunity with the redevelopment project, that the factors did not warrant preservation or denial of demolition. The evidence for that was photos in the record illustrating ground floor historic architecture when serving the automobile industry and the Architectural Assessment Commission by the applicant. There are a couple of conditions of approvals related to this factor as well. One is condition of approval number 14, requiring photo documentation and recovery of any historic artifacts that will not be repurposed into the new building, and number 15, which is an archaeological plan for any discoveries. The Planning Commission also felt that in terms of the comprehensive plan policies, that there are goals in the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan that speak to the preservation of historic buildings. And then there are policies that provide more framework to those goals in terms of decision-making. But lastly, there are also implementation measures about how those decisions are made, and those implementation measures are Chapter 17.65. The comprehensive plan itself says on page 1 that to use the goals and policies, the implementation of these goal, policy, and proposal statements shall occur in one of two ways. Either direct application of the specific goal, policy, or proposal shall be applied to land use decision, or the direct application of provisions and regulations and ordinances and measures developed to carry out the goals and policies. So if there are ordinances in play that carry out the policies of the comprehensive plan, those ordinances should be the governing factor in terms of making a decision, and that's how the Planning Commission decided. So Chapter 17.65 is that implementation policy ordinance. In terms of value to the community, the Planning Commission spoke at length about their decision relative to value to the community, commenting that they felt that the redevelopment project was of more value to the community than trying to preserve the historic structures. There was some concern about ensuring that the redevelopment project moves forward as planned prior to the demolition of the structures. There was discussion of they did not want to see the structures demolished and the empty lots there as a result of that. So condition of approval number 1 walks through the time frame in which the demolition permit would be approved, and wouldn't be approved until the building permit was ready to be issued for the new construction. And then it also has in it factors for capturing fines if the developer went forward with demolition and not with the rebuild per year in terms of a factor of the real market value of the property before demolition. So for new design, the Planning Commission voted 5-3 to approve this application. For new design, just to let everyone know, the building is approximately 20,000 square feet as a footprint. It is 6 stories. It is 5 stories with a rooftop program. There is underground parking garage with 67 parking stalls. This ground floor commercial, 4 floors of hotel rooms. The rooftop deck is 61 feet 6 inches, so the cornice line is 61 feet 6 inches. The roof structure on the rooftop deck is 73 feet 10 inches, and the tallest point is the elevator tower in the back, which is 81 feet tall. And as I stated earlier, elevator towers are exempt from height measurements. There's been a lot of discussion in the community about the height of the facility, and so in comparison to other buildings in downtown. So I thought it was important to show some of the descriptions of the height itself in terms of the step backs that are occurring and where the different roof lines are occurring as well. So you will see from this picture, sheet A 4.01, that the rooftop program, which is the 6th story above the 5th story, is set back quite a bit from 3rd Street. And it's similar to the rooftop program that's described on that is in play on Hotel Oregon. These are some shots also of the facility in terms of both how it sits on the corner, and then also the difference between the 3 different facades on the front of it that have different characteristics in terms of height and cornice levels and step backs. And then here is a perspective of the corner. So there were exterior facade changes made when it first came into the city and went into public hearing on September 29th. What you see on the top is what the applicant provided. After hearing comments from both the Historic Landmarks Committee and public testimony, they did change their design, both in terms of reducing the size of the vertical plane on the corner down to 2 floors with a step back after the 2nd floor, and then creating 3 different facades on the exterior to look like 3 different buildings. So as I said, the chapter 17.59 is for the downtown district in terms of what governs new construction in that district. And it's entitled the Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines. So these are for the most part clear and objective standards with shall language, but there are also guidelines with should language, and this has been sort of the vortex of this discussion at both the Historic Landmarks Committee and at the Planning Commission. There is a waiver process described in the code that talks about that a guideline or standard contained in this ordinance may be waived as part of the design review process, and then later says in the same paragraph, a request for a waiver to the standards itself, to this ordinance shall be reviewed by the McMinnville Historic Landmarks Committee. What's in question here that also has been brought up by the appellant and has been a dialogue at both the Historic Landmarks Committee and the Planning Commission are a couple of elements of this chapter. One being 17.59.050B1, which states that buildings should have massing and configuration similar to adjacent or nearby historic buildings on the same block. The other one is that buildings situated at street corners or intersections should be or appear to be 2 stories in height. And the third one being where buildings will exceed the historical 60 feet in width, the facade should be visually subdivided into proportional bays. There's been a lot of discussion as to what does that mean and whether those are mandatory guidelines and standards or whether there are permissive guidelines and mandatory standards. And then whether you need a waiver for either of those. So on September 29th, after we received the applicant's proposal and brought it to public hearing, we reviewed it and identified issues with 17.59.050B1. That was the similar massing and configuration. And then also 17.59.050B2, that was the bay similar in scale. They adjusted their design for both the massing and configuration and the bay similar in scale for their resubmittal that came back to us in November. And then they also provided findings that stated that those are all should statements on permissive guidelines, not mandatory criteria that they are required to meet. We reviewed that and brought it back to the Historic Landmarks Committee. The Historic Landmarks Committee denied the application for the new construction based on the fact that they created a finding that the should criterion were mandates that needed waivers, and they needed to be met. And if they weren't met, they needed that waiver process. The Planning Commission decided that the Historic Landmarks Committee interpretation was wrong and that the should criterion were not mandatory and did not require waivers. They also determined that massing does not equate to height and that the step backs and different facade designs help with the intention of the massing. To understand it a little bit better, we as staff have been trying to do some research on the context of this particular chapter. It was adopted by Chapter 17.59. It was adopted by Ordinance number 4797, and it was adopted in 2003. It was a result of an action item identified in the Downtown Improvement Plan, which was adopted in 2000. And on page 15, it provided this action item that the city needed to undertake, which was to establish design guidelines that establish specific design guidelines to ensure a consistent quality downtown experience, encourage active storefronts, blah, blah, blah. You can see those 5 bullet points there. We then went back into the record to see if we could find files or minutes for this. We did find the minutes from both the Planning Commission and the City Council. And based on reading those minutes, we discovered that Walt Gall was the chair of the subcommittee that worked on the design guidelines for 2 years with other public participation on that committee. They hosted a couple of workshops, focus groups, and work sessions. I then reached out to Walt Gall to see if he could provide some context on the thought process behind the development of the code language to understand it a little bit better. He provided a letter today on April 18th, 2023. That was then distributed to the City Council, Applicant, and Appellant. It is clear in his letter that from his perspective that the choice of words were intentional. The choice of words for both should and shall and may and prohibit. That some were mandatory and some were permissive. I also reached out to Doug Montgomery, who was the planning director at the same time, to see what his recollection was of this process and discussion as well, and he reaffirmed what Walt has provided in the letter. I talked with Doug Montgomery as well about, there's been a lot of discussion about height, maximum height on 3rd Street. The underlying zone allows for 80 feet. The downtown design overlay doesn't have a maximum height exception to that. And so I asked him why that wasn't the case if the community did not want the height to go greater than 80 feet. He dialogued with me that they had brought up a discussion of maximum height at the time, and it did not take any traction, and they were staying with the underlying zoning of 80 feet in terms of the height. We've received a lot of public testimony on this project. This is a list of what we've received that you have received thus far in terms of written testimony that you've received in the last 2 weeks. We put a deadline on submitting written testimony to staff of 5 p.m. last night. That was a way to manage the testimony coming in and getting it to you. We did receive 7 testimonials after 5 p.m. last night. I've let them know that they need to bring 12 copies of that for you tonight as part of their testimony, but I wanted to enter it into the record that we've received that, and we will be posting these as well tonight on the project website. So we've gotten some concerns from City Council over the last several weeks. Thank you for taking the time to read the materials. It's clear to me based on emails we received from some of you that you're diving deep into them. There's about 2,000 pages of public record on this project. It's a lot to read and consume, and I really appreciate the time you've put into that. We have gotten some emails from you, and I wanted to answer these in the public meeting. One is, will there be significant traffic impact that will force the city to invest in road improvements to support the project? That's something we were hearing in public testimony, and a city councilor reached out. The applicant was required to provide a traffic impact analysis that measured traffic impact of the project on downtown intersections, both immediately adjacent and at gateways, and no significant effect was determined requiring mitigation measures. And just to let you know, we hired a third-party transportation planner and engineering firm to review the traffic impact analysis for us so that we could ensure that what we were getting met all the standards and that we were able to protect our system. The second question was, what about management of the water table and contaminated soils during construction? So when the construction documents are reviewed and the construction's underway, they will be monitored for these types of issues. The applicant and property owner have both provided contaminated media management plans. We know there's contaminated soils on the site of a couple of the properties. Excuse me. And then also, I had my own timer because I can't see the one on Zoom. We know there's contamination on a couple of the properties. And we know there's potential for more, and there's contamination in the public right-of-way. So we have been working with environmental specialists, both in terms of consultants and lawyers, to understand that and to make sure that we're protecting the public good as we walk through this process, and that as the development project is underway, that the proper measures are taken. You have part of the decision from the Planning Commission has condition of approvals relative to this. It's condition of approvals 3 through 10 that all address issues such as the water table, the utilities, the regulations in terms of DEQ, and how this construction will be monitored in that regard. James Lofton, our city engineer, and Jeff Gooden, our city project manager, are both online this evening to answer any additional questions you have about either of those two issues, traffic and the environmental issues. Lastly, there's been a lot of comparison of height to other buildings in our community, especially downtown on 3rd Street, and I've been asked often, how tall is Hotel Oregon, especially with the rooftop restaurant and bar. There's been a lot of comparisons to Hotel Oregon. I would just suggest this, that the comparisons should be apples to apples. So the Hotel Oregon is 4 stories with a rooftop program. The Gwendolyn is proposed as 5 stories with a rooftop program. So it's either 4 stories plus a rooftop program or 5 stories. We just need to make sure we're comparing the same thing. The Gwendolyn Hotel is 1 story taller than the Hotel Oregon. I do not have a measurement for the Hotel Oregon. Your decision tonight, basically, it's the same as any other time that you're making a quasi-judicial decision. So does the evidence in the record support an approval or a denial of the land use applications per the applicable criteria used to review them? And you're going to vote to approve and either agree and amend the Planning Commission findings and the conditions of approvals, or vote to deny and agree or amend the Historic Landmarks Committee findings. We'd like to see you begin with at least the basis of the Planning Commission findings or the Historic Landmarks Committee findings on your decision, either way that you go, and then provide your amendments to us for those so that we can continue to work on those. There has been evidence entered into the record, both at the Planning Commission level, and you'll receive evidence, I'm sure, through this process as well as City Council, that we'll want to make sure we get into those findings. In terms of process, what we would like to do, we need to make a decision by May 9th as the city. We have to issue a decision. That's our statutory deadline for this. And we need to get you findings after you've given us tentative direction on where you want to go and the evidence you're using for your findings. So we don't have a lot of time to walk through the process or to develop the findings themselves to bring back to you. So Bill and I will be working to identify what you're talking about and what evidence you're talking about and the questions you're asking, and then we'll be helping you go through the process of your decision making and the time frame in which to make those decisions as we go. So with that, are there any questions?
Before we go to questions, I just want to let everybody in the back know we have brought out some additional chairs, so there is more seating available in the front. We won't force anybody to sit in the front row. However, we do need to keep our fire lanes clear. We don't have the fire marshal here, but we're planning on abiding by all regulations anyway. With that, does any counselor have questions of staff at this time? And assuming there will be some, I'm actually just going to start at one end of the table and move down to the other. Councillor Chenoweth, do you have any questions at this time? And I can come back if you're not ready. Okay, Councillor Geary, do you have any questions of staff at this time?
Just was one clarification and semi-confusion. Early on in your presentation, you said this isn't about pro formas, but then in evidence listed on the Planning Commission's decision, there was a statement of the pro forma as evidence. So I don't know how to balance those two. And I don't know if that's a question for now or for later.
But thank you for clarifying. Maybe I used pro forma the wrong way. We had some questions at the Planning Commission level that was relative to the business pro forma and not the pro forma associated with the rehabilitation construction project. And so this is a decision about buildings and not businesses. And so their discussion at the Planning Commission level revolved around the costs of rehabilitating the building versus the return that they will receive on that cost and being able to finance it.
So a building's pro forma
Yeah.
is criteria?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah, construction, yes.
Okay.
So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, and I'll go back to Councillor Chenoweth.
Since that was your direction, Zach, that was the one slide that I had a question on, so I want to follow it up right behind that. Regarding that, you said that there was an unknown ability to preserve the existing building, and then you cited the evidence being the performers by the applicant. Is that the normal procedure that we take the word of the applicant that there's no ability to preserve the existing building?
So the discussion of, and thank you for that clarification too. I have to put in a slide, a very short summary of a very good, thoughtful, intentional discussion Planning Commission had. So I'm always worried about representing them the right way. So the discussion at both Historic Landmarks Committee and the Planning Commission has been whether or not you can preserve these buildings, whether someone will step up, buy these buildings, preserve them, and put them back out into the market, right? And so there's been dialogue that provided by the applicant. They were asked to by both the Historic Landmarks Committee and the Planning Commission on separate occasions with separate nuances, so there's two of these in the record, to provide a sort of construction pro forma of what it would take to preserve the buildings and the cost of preserving the buildings and whether or not there would be a market return on that and whether it would be attractive in the private market. So they did that, and it showed that it didn't pencil out in that regard. Then the property owner for two of the properties, Jeb Ledeen, who's the representative for both 609 and 611 Northeast 3rd Street, provided testimony to the Planning Commission about his efforts to market the property and to get someone to come. I believe in you I would suggest you ask him these questions, but I believe he started marketing in 2017. And he had several people looking at it, he testified, who looked at it to preserve it and then walked away because they couldn't make it pencil out. And I know on our end, in terms of Stuart Ramsey, the building official, and myself, we participated in some of those discussions, so I can affirm that. And that over the 5 years that he was actively marketing, someone didn't step forward to buy it, preserve it, and flip it back into the market. So that was the discussion that was taking place at the Planning Commission, and they felt because that evidence was showing that it just wasn't, that the private market wasn't picking it up to do what this community wants it to do in terms of preserving the buildings and putting it back into play, that they felt that the opportunity for the new construction outweighed the hope that somebody somewhere will be able to purchase the buildings, invest in them, and keep them in play.
So then the answer essentially is yes, unless the appellant provides us with some contradictory information.
Yeah, and the condition of approval written was that, give it 120 days. Let's see if someone comes forward that's willing to do that.
Thank you. Again, for new folks in the room, there is additional seating in front. And do you think we could stop the screen share now so those at home can see the council during the process here? Thank you. Councilor Menke, do you have any questions for staff at this time?
Not at this time.
Councilor Payne?
Not right now.
And Councilor Peralta?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you.
President Garvin.
Thank you. Council President Garvin?
Thank you, City Recorder and Mayor. Heather,
Maybe
thanks
I
for
could
the
get his
presentation.
tag right here.
I had the same questions as Councilor Geary did about the pro forma aspect. My other question was, you mentioned Planning Commission's findings were related to some of the storefront facades had been changed, but does that really trigger the historic nature of that building shifting when they could just be reverted back if somebody wanted to do that without real structural integrity of that building changing, so it still has its true historic bones in place? Would be my question for staff or attorney on staff.
Yeah, so if I hear you, Counselor, I heard two questions in there. One, can somebody purchase the property and restore it? And then the second one being, did the Planning Commission have dialogue about that when they were having dialogue that the existing conditions doesn't reflect the historic significance of the time period in which a lot of the oppositional testimony was talking about? So I don't think the Planning Commission had a discussion relative to restoration. I think they focused primarily on the existing conditions of it. And I think that might be basically because they had already had the discussion of the cost of restoration and preservation and whether that made sense, whether someone would come in and buy the buildings and put that money into the effort based on what the local lease rates will yield. So there was a lot of discussion, and the applicant provided the analysis as to how long it would take to return on the investment of sort of a rehab project based on the local market lease rates. Can somebody purchase the property and restore it? Yes, if there are bones in the property, you can build off of those bones. A lot's been removed on the ground floor, so it wouldn't be necessarily a restoration, but it would be a rehabilitation in terms of investing in it to bring back what it looked like originally when it was first built. Did that answer your question?
Council President?
Sorry, I was trying to pull up my unmute button. For the most part, it did. I was more referencing the 609 3rd Street slide that you shared, where it goes from a pull-through gas station and now it has the storefront retail windows and doors put in. And when you were presenting that slide, my recollection was that the planning commission's findings were that it no longer has that historic significance because it's now been reverted from its historic nature and storefront, but really it could be easily reverted back and still maintain that historic nature and look and feel if someone so desired.
Yeah, so I don't know that they got into a lot of detail on that in terms of historic integrity versus historic look. The original materials are gone. The architectural assessment does a pretty good job of walking through what is still original materials on the building and what are not original anymore. And the ability to recreate those original materials in new materials today to create the look is available. But the Planning Commission didn't actually get into much detail on that.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Great presentation.
Thank you. Councilor Geary.
Thank you. One more, and this is more a query for information to fetch down for later if possible, as you guys have more access to the archives than I do. But I'd love to see the narrative for the HLC application for the News Register building when it went through that remodel in 2000 to understand the discussion around the preservation and changes to that, if possible, please.
Yes, so I will, thank you for that. I will try to look for that tomorrow and bring it in tomorrow night. I'm not familiar that we have that file, but it did go through a state, so the state has a tax freeze program and it did participate in that and get funding from it, so they might have files.
The city should have that as well for their process too, correct?
We should. We've looked at all the historic landmarks committee files that we have in our record as we've been going through this process, and it's not as complete as you would hope it would be.
Okay.
But we will look for it.
Thanks.
Any additional questions from councilors at this time for staff? Okay, would the applicant wish to provide any testimony? And if so, please keep your presentation to 25 minutes, please. Use the clock. Welcome. Thank you for being here, and please, of course, state your name and address for the record as we get started.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. For the record, my name is Damian Hall. I'm a partner with the law firm of Dunn Carney. Address is 851 Southwest 6th Avenue, Suite 1500, Portland, Oregon, 97204. Here on behalf of the applicant tonight, Hugh Development, and here with the development team of Elizabeth Raftopoulos of Taylorson Design is here with me. In the audience, and folks that you'll hear from as well are Philip and Karina Higgins with Pacific Crest Real Estate Advisors, as well as Andrew Clark, a principal with Hugh Development. Before I get into the substance of the presentation, Mayor Drabkin, members of the City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight. We appreciate this opportunity and chance, and while we know there have been a number of hearings at different commissions that have led to this one and that have created a very thorough and extensive record, we appreciate your time getting up to speed on those and deliberating so conscientiously as we know you will. So throughout this process, you'll hear from each of us on the development team about not just how the process meets the approval standards, which for the record, we believe it does. We support the decision of the Planning Commission. We believe that your process is working well and that you've received a good decision out of the PC. But we also want to tell you a bit about why the Gwendolyn Hotel is really a well-designed building that fits in with and will be a welcome addition to the sense of place in downtown. The hotel will also advance the economic development goals of the city, both by attracting visitors that will buoy the economics of retail and small business on 3rd Street, as well as the surrounding area. but also by directly contributing to the city and urban renewal areas' bottom lines. The hotel will also be a credit to the city for years to come, providing not only a place for visitors, but also for locals to gather, share a meal, perhaps take your mom to the spa for Mother's Day, for high schoolers to have dinner before traipsing off to prom, and to otherwise celebrate the more and less memorable times in local folks' lives. So that's just a quick overview of the topics we're going to touch on. You don't have to take my word for all of that. We have folks here to talk to you a bit about design and the market conditions and the history of the property. And starting off with design, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Mayor, council members, my name is Elizabeth Raftopoulos, Taylorson Design. I'd like to start off by emphasizing that great care was taken in the design of Gwendolyn Hotel, especially as it relates to its proposed location on 3rd Street and with respect to 3rd Street and its prevailing architectural context. As I'm sure you're aware, and as Heather brought up, we went through quite a few iterations. The last one, a sea change from our monolithic structure, resulting in a design that is reflective of 3 separate buildings, replacing the 3 we are proposing to remove. Those resulting 3 seemingly separate buildings contribute and continue to the existing architectural rhythm of 3rd Street. Though each building does have its own architectural details, there is a strong design cohesion across all 3. The brick skin, the corbels, the cornices, the arch-topped doors, recessed brick panels, detailed brickwork, decorative plaques are reflective of and complement the existing buildings on 3rd, and I feel give Gwendolyn Hotel a strong sense of place. It looks as if it belongs on 3rd Street. And you can see in the image above, we have the architectural details that you see right now on 3rd Street and that they're repeated in the facade of Gwendolyn. We also took the city's concerns to heart and minimized the massing above the 2nd floor with substantial setbacks. And this is most obvious on the corner of Ford and 3rd Street, which was of particular concern to the city. I do want to point out that those setbacks do have an economic impact on us. We did lose some very precious space, square footage in some of our guest rooms. Given that, I do think we've successfully addressed the city's issue as it relates to the massing on that corner. 3rd Street has been given its inimitable character and appeal by these beautiful buildings that line the street and make it such a compelling destination for the residents of McMinnville and tourists. Which brings me to 609 and its location on a prominent corner of 3rd Street. Much has been made of its automotive past reflected in the drive-in bay, but as you know, that link to its past has been obliterated, as was the detailed brick corbelling and facade now covered by stucco. You know, in fact, it's not even a vestige of what it once was, yet it visually impacts that very prominent corner on 3rd and Ford. Gwendolyn Hotel, imbued with those architectural details that give it that strong visual link to 3rd Street, I think will occupy and improve that very prominent corner beautifully. From an interior design perspective, and that's my purview, though we're proposing to remove 609, 11, and 13, quite a few of the structural components in those buildings will live on in Gwendolyn. They'll occupy our public amenity spaces, and they'll be immediately recognizable, and in some cases interpreted in unexpected and lovely ways. There will be an homage to 609 and its automotive past that will have street frontage views. I will say that I'm particularly excited about establishing that strong connection between the old and the new, that link that ties these 2 buildings together. It is of importance to all of us that we pay respect from an architectural and design perspective to these buildings. So to conclude, we'd like to remove these 3 buildings and build something of lasting value, a hotel that gives back to the city from providing substantial employment, creating opportunity for a means for good, contributing from an economic perspective, and lastly, with the charming tributary and the quite lovely Atticus, form a synergistic triad of hotels that anchor, energize, and activate the north end of 3rd Street.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And Philip, if you'd come up.
Philip Higgins, Pacific Crest Real Estate Advisors, 809 East 1st, Newburgh, Oregon. Good evening, council members. I'm going to take a few minutes of the allotted time to talk briefly about the existing buildings and more fully about the economic development opportunity that is in front of you today for a decision. If I am struggling to make eye contact, it is because my font is not as large as it should have been for a public testimony, so I apologize in advance. To begin, and plainly stated, it is simply not economically feasible to rehabilitate these buildings that are being discussed today. The deficiencies have been thoroughly cataloged by the team from Hugh Development, as well as multiple third-party professionals. The council and the public can find lengthy and comprehensive reports on the condition, structural analysis, code compliance obstacles, environmental reports, and the cost to cure these deficiencies. The projected rent and financial performance in the packets are part of the public record. I would draw your attention to the environmental reports because without the DEQ file being closed or the site fully remediated, it remains unfinanceable in nearly all conceivable scenarios. The physical and functional obsolescence has been demonstrated in the marketplace as well. This property has been on and off the market for a number of years, both for sale and for lease. There have been multiple offers made from both local and out-of-town users and developers. All potential buyers have walked after due diligence, citing environmental conditions and financial challenges presented by these buildings. City of McMinnville staff and the Planning Commission understood this when making their recommendation to approve the permits to demolish. In conversations with city staff, to their knowledge, the city has never denied a demolition permit, and in fact has approved demolition on the same block and across the street, and most recently for a substantially more intact historical building at Mac Hall on Linfield's campus. Transitioning to economic benefits, the MacTown 2032 strategic plan was adopted with the stated goal to be a leader in hospitality and place-based tourism, and the recognition for the need to, quote, evaluate current zoning and existing land use patterns and ensure that key downtown parcels offer the highest and best use for their location. The Gwendolyn does not take away from 3rd Street. It contributes, proposing to remake a very tired corner, one that otherwise faces the prospect of becoming dormant and declining for decades to come. The Gwendolyn is a multi-million-dollar economic investment by Hugh Development, providing an unprecedented direct benefit to McMinnville and to Yamhill County. In round numbers, the projected first 6-year period, the transient lodging tax is over $5.9 million. 30% of that transient lodging tax directed to the general fund would be $1.77 million during that same period, funds usable for roads, parks, and fire departments. The Gwendolyn stands to provide a significant increase in contrast to the existing building's tax base. It's projected that the City and Urban Renewal District will benefit to the amount of $3.3 million in tax revenue in that same 6-year period. That's money that can be spent on other urban renewal projects, including public parking. There will be approximately $565,000 in SDCs and permit fees, and approximately $50,000 paid into the construction excise tax, which is applied towards affordable housing programs. Hospitality is one of the top 3 employment sectors in Yamhill County, and the Gwendolyn Hotel will create an estimated 80 full and part-time jobs, over a third of which are full-time salaried positions. These are local career jobs. Without hyperbole, the Gwendolyn Hotel will have a generational impact. We have an incredible opportunity to enhance a section of 3rd Street and transform that corner into a productive and well-loved space. All of us can share in the prosperity that it creates. So in closing, I'd like to say what's being proposed here isn't a sacrilege. This is not a fast food restaurant or a coffee chain store that's being proposed. This is an elegant grand hotel in the city core. New friends will visit and have their first taste of McMinnville here and fall in love with McMinnville and Yamhill County. Local memories will be made, first dates in the lobby bar, business meetings, prom dates on the ground floor restaurant, wedding proposals on the rooftop. I truly believe this with all my heart. History starts somewhere at a given moment in time, and these moments, the ones we look back on with much joy, they start when we stop being afraid to say yes to new things, to new experiences, and to new people. Let's do something special and start history today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to bring a chair up? And if you will all three stay here for one moment. Does any counselor have questions of the applicant at this time? And I think I'll start on the right, my right this time, with Counselor Peralta.
Not yet, Mayor.
Counselor Payne.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Counselor Menke.
No, thank you.
Counselor Geary.
No, thank you.
Counselor Chenoweth.
I'm not going to break this roll.
And Council President Garvin. Thank you. And could we end the screen share again? And for those that have recently joined us, there is available seating in the front of the room. We will now start to, oh, yes, I'm sorry. And there are no questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we look forward to speaking to you at rebuttal after the rest of the testimony.
Thank you. We will now start to hear public testimony on the proposal. Our role is to listen to the public testimony and to ask clarifying questions when appropriate. Each person testifying will be allotted 3 minutes for their testimony. We will go in the order of those who pre-registered to testify, those who are in Civic Hall, then those who are joining us by Zoom. There will be a clock on the screen behind me so you can watch your own time. And we will start with testimony from those who are in favor. And could our city recorder please identify those who have signed up to testify in person?
First, we'll start with Amy Wesselman.
Welcome. It's good evening and welcome. Please state your, well, I guess we have your name and record for because you've signed up to.
Thank you. I'm Amy Wesselman. I'm owner of Westery Wine Company at 1065 Northeast Alpine and executive director of the International Pinot Noir Celebration located in the historic 1893 building. In 1985, the International Pinot Noir Celebration, the IPNC, received its initial funding from the McMinnville Chamber of Commerce because its members saw an annual wine event as an economic driver for the city. Today, supporting the economic development of McMinnville is still a fundamental part of the IPNC's mission. The IPNC's largest single challenge is accommodations for our guests. All local lodging fills, guests drive from as far away from Portland. The proposed Gwendolyn Hotel would provide local lodging right on our shuttle route, avoiding driving after attending a wine event. When the Atticus opened, it was a huge help to us in providing accommodations for our guests and our national media guests. There are also very significant land use factors to be considered if the Gwendolyn project is not allowed to go forward. For decades, stakeholders in the wine industry have fought to prevent non-agricultural developments such as hotels and EFU land. Hotels and EFU zones are opposed by most winery owners because they send a signal to visitors that we don't value our farmland highly enough. Hotels and EFU zones also tax small country roads, waste disposal, and water as infrastructure services provided in a city are not available. In 2009, I participated in a series of 15 meetings with the Yamhill County Planning Commission, and the takeaway from that group was that we need to keep growth of hotels, especially within EFU. within the urban growth boundary. I'm a lifelong supporter of the upholding Tom McCall's vision for Oregon and Senate Bill 100. Without this vision, much vineyard land would be covered by subdivisions and other development, and the Oregon wine industry would not have prospered as it has. I've never testified at the Capitol or at LUBA in favor of development. I've always been on the opposing side. In the case of the Gwendolyn, I testify in support because this project will keep development within the UGB. This hotel will maintain McMinnville's historic feel while bringing high-spending visitors to the city, tax dollars that can be spent to promote tourism, and much-needed jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you'll stay there for 1 second, does any counselor have questions of this applicant? Council President?
No, I don't have questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Claudia.
Next, we have Doug Hurl.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hurl. Welcome. And if you will, once you get seated, please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Doug Hurl, 720 Northwest Michael Book Court here in McMinnville. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate all your guys' service that you guys give to the city of McMinnville. As Phil Higgins just said, we've had 3 recent demolitions that have gone through here in McMinnville. And as we sat here in this beautiful building where I believe the fire station used to sit years ago, and we look across the courtyard and see the old White House that sits there, knowing that new structures and old structures can live together. Across the street, the first plumbing company that came to town, Bob Clarambo, had a really nice old shop over there in an old building, not historic, as a lot of buildings are in town. They're getting old. Now we have a nice fire station over there. It would seem a little hypocritical to me that the city would absolutely deny anything of a construction downtown on 3rd Street when they in fact want to go over to the historic swimming pool and put a new swimming pool in. The outside swimming pool that used to be there that we all swam in, they covered it up. Now it's dilapidated, as the buildings are down on 3rd Street that we're talking about. So I'm really in favor of the Gwendolyn Hotel coming to downtown 3rd Street. I think they've done a great job of design. I think it's going to bring a lot more people to it. I was speaking just moments ago before the meeting started to one of the owners of the Atticus. I was on a trip this weekend with my grandchildren talking about McMinnville to a guy on a ski lift. And he goes, my God, he said, I love McMinnville. He said, but we can't get rooms when we want to go there in the summer on weekends. He said, everything's full. He said, in that Italian place, Nick's, boy, do I like that downtown. He said, it's the best. So people know us. They know McMinnville. We're pretty much on a high note right now with what we've got going. I know that a lot of people probably don't like the looks of it. They don't like the height of it. But I think the progress downtown, I think these buildings can really coexist with what we have down there. So I'd really encourage the city council to look to see what the planning department has put together in almost 400 and some pages. It's a lot to read through, but I think that the applicant has shown that they really want to be here in town. And I don't know many other development companies that want to spend $40 or $50 million in the city of McMinnville currently. This could probably be one of the largest projects ever in McMinnville, and I would welcome them to come on 3rd Street and perform, because I think it's going to really help McMinnville. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, and if you'll hold on 1 second, does any counselor have any question on applicant at this time? And Council President, I'm going to assume you're a no unless you unmute for the rest of the public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Next, we have Peter Kircher.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for coming. If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Peter Kircher, 980 Northeast 4th Street, McMinnville, 97128.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman and Mayor, for giving me a little time. In 1992, I had to come before the City Council because a group of citizens did not want our business to come to town. Fortunately for us, the council had the vision and the foresight to approve our project, and we've been here for 30 years now. We opened in 1993. In 1992, when we came here, the downtown had about a 60% vacancy. It was sort of a ghost town. Businesses were going out and nobody was coming in. The downtown is vibrant today. We have a beautiful downtown with a lot of busy shops, but don't fool yourself, those shops operate on a day-to-day basis. They need constant influx, they need business, they need people walking in the door. It's not a slam dunk, and they work hard. In the last 30 years, I've been actively involved in boards and committees that further the downtown cause. And as far as I know, the city has never seen an investment or a project of this scale or quality come to our door. We support the Gwendolyn project for the following reasons. The project meets all code requirements. We've discussed that. The existing buildings may be historical in age, but I don't think they provide any aesthetics, architectural, or functional value any longer. The renovations, as discussed, costs of the existing buildings are prohibitive to any investment plan. We have several new projects in the town that are excellent examples of new construction conferring with the architectural features of the downtown. The Atticus Hotel and the new Atka restaurant are both beautiful additions that both comply with code and are structurally sound. A new well-designed structure like the Gwendolyn Hotel will be a huge aesthetic asset to the downtown compared to the old building that has no financial or functional viability, even if restored. The city is facing major infrastructure projects in the coming future that will...
You'll conclude your comments.
Yeah, we support the project, and we think you guys should open your hearts and let them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any counselor have any questions of, yes, I have a question from Counselor Peralta.
Sorry, Peter. Who were you representing today?
Golden Valley.
Golden Valley, okay. I have a question, and I may be asking this of other folks testifying, but one of the goals that we have to consider in this decision is to encourage the continued growth and diversification of McMinnville's economy in order to enhance the general well-being of the community and provide employment opportunities for its citizens. One question that I have with you being a downtown property owner and longtime business owner, how do you see this, or do you see this affecting the rents on 3rd Street outside of the hotel itself?
Well, I think just like the city faces increasing costs and operations, their tax base has to go up. Any building owner is facing rising costs in materials and maintenance. I think the influx of people coming into the town will support and more than compensate for increased rents.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from counselors? Thank you very much for your testimony. And next?
Next, we have Phil Frischmuth.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Phil Frischmuth. My address 14770 Northwest Wild Haven Lane. I'm the owner of 619 Northeast 3rd. And I want to talk very briefly about the condition of my building and how it relates to the appeal by Mr. Kaiser. I purchased the building in 2002, and in 2006, I noticed leaks coming from the roof, so I replaced the roof. Then still leaks, and I was told probably from overflowing gutters, so I had monthly maintenance. And that took care of most of the problems. But now when there's a big storm, I get water coming through the bricks into the building. It was explained to me that when the rain hits the side of the News Register building, which is much higher than mine, it all flows down between the two buildings because they're up against each other. And I obviously have porous bricks, and the water comes in. So obviously that's not good. The other problem I've got is crumbling mortar. That was first noticed when the Chaos building construction took place. The vibration next door knocked down some mortar inside the building. I had the logo painted on the side of the building. The painter came to me and said, hey, you know, this stuff is crumbling, the mortar's crumbling, I gotta repair it in order to be able to get the paint to stick. So, and finally, the roofer that initially installed the building came to me or told me that it was so weak up in one corner of the building, he had to put in reinforcements to hold or properly install the roof. So I've got on the News Register side, water coming through the bricks. On the Chaos side, crumbling mortar. If you want to preserve this building, those things need to be fixed. I am not going to fix them. So if the building is not destroyed or demolished, it will just slowly deteriorate. Now, in relation to the appeal on page 4, there were two criteria there that Mr. Kaiser took issue with. One was to determine whether retention of the basic resources would be in the best interest of the majority of the citizens, and to the economic strategic development plan.
And sir, your time is up, so if you will just conclude your thoughts, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Just that the city should be a leadership. I think somebody mentioned that. Anyway, it's hard to see that a building that's deteriorating is going to satisfy these conditions.
Thank you very much. Does any counselor have any questions this time? Counselor Peralta?
Mr. Frischmith, did you get through everything you wanted to cover?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you get through everything you wanted to cover just now?
That was the final statement that I wanted to make, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Claudia?
Next, we have John Linder.
Thank you. Welcome, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, John Linder, 836 Northwest Wintergreen Drive, McMinnville, Oregon, 97128. I'm a financial analyst, a CPA, and an economist by training. As way of background, I support the applicant, and the buildings in their current state, in my opinion, are not attractions to the downtown. I don't believe they're viable for renovation, and I don't believe that they're economically productive today, in that they don't support significant business in downtown. So I'm supportive of the design and believe of the Gwendolyn Hotel, and I believe it will be additive to our downtown, both aesthetically and economically. This is an investment of more than $50 million in the buildings of our downtown. It is exciting and important for our community, leading to jobs, visitors, and taxes that the city badly needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any counselor have any questions at this time? Thank you very much. Claudia?
Next, we have Casey Kula.
Thank you. Mr. Kula, if you're in the lobby, would you like to come in and join us? It starts when I say you may state your name and address for the record. Welcome. You may state your name and address for the record, please.
For the record, my name is Casey Kula, and my address is 18705 Southeast Upper Island Road on Grand Island, which is also known as the Garden Spot of Oregon. So, Mayor, Council President, where is the Council President?
It's on Zoom.
Oh my, I can't even see him. Well, I only have a minute of commentary, so we can just make a few jokes while we're at it. No, just for all serious purposes. So, I'm a local farmer, and I sold vegetables, flowers, fruit, and meat from a storefront in downtown McMinnville on the alley side of 3rd Street because the rent was cheaper. For 6 years, and I sold a lot of vegetables before that in downtown and various places. So for the perspective of today, I'm a local merchant. And I want to say first, the boring but necessary part is that I urge you to approve this land use application and reject the appeal, because I believe that the Planning Commission made the right decision. I sat through it. They really deliberated. It was amazing. And I know that you too, though, Councilor Peralta, can make the right decision. The applicant has met the approval criteria. Now to the exciting part. See, you came at the right moment. A site that has languished because of the daunting cost of developing will be developed, and we can all gain simply because the location will be more lively, and that means that downtown, which is really the heart to me of our community, will be more lively as well. It's nice to see you too. I haven't seen you in a little while. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, but I turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any questions at this time? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Rupp.
Thank you and welcome. If you'll please remember to...
3 minutes, but I expect I will.
Okay, if you'll please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stephen Rupp, 14921 Southwest Hidden Hills, McMinnville, and I'm not here in my capacity as a private citizen, but in my capacity as the chair of the McMinnville Downtown Association Committee for Public Art. And what I'm really going to do is just read my letter to you. Heather has copies of it for you guys if you want it at the end, or you can use it to light cigars, whatever. So here goes. I'm going to read it. I'm lousy at this. I understand from a recent News Register article that the developer of the proposed Gwendolyn Hotel suggested that they intend to include art in the development to help make the project more pleasing to the city. To that end, I have a suggestion of how we should accomplish this, and I believe the City Council should require, as an amendment, 1% of the construction cost should go to the acquisition and installation of public art. This percentage should not apply to the land cost or the demolition cost of the existing buildings. 2, the developer and the MDA CPA should work together in selecting the art. Mutual agreement between both parties being required before the acquisition or commissioning of any one work or piece. Also, mutual agreement should be required regarding the placement of any one work or piece. In other words, both parties should have veto power regarding any one piece. Third, at least 2 or 3 pieces of art for this project should be sculptures or busts honoring the founders of McMinnville, Oregon. This would include people like the Cozines or William Newby. Also, significant historical information or events should be considered. This would ensure the art selected or commissioned reflects the reasonable extent, the history and taste of our fair city. Sincerely, Stevanovich Ropanovsky.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this time? All right. Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Those are all the ones we have who have signed up.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone at Civic Hall who wishes to testify in support of this proposal? Please indicate so by raising your hand. Please come up, sir. All right, I think, yeah, oh, yep. Wonderful. Thank you, and thank you for coming. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeb Ledeen. My address is Post Office Box 1487, McMinnville, and I'm here on behalf of Oregon Lithophert Inc. and Bledeen Family Partnership, owner of 2 of the buildings that are of the 3 at issue. Mayor Applicant, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I did submit written testimony describing 5 areas that I thought qualify this project for approval. Those areas were land use code, historic resource criteria, economic benefit to the community, environmental issues, and property owner rights and financial hardship. The testimony went into some detail about each area. I won't try to repeat that tonight. It's in the record. I also described my belief that a majority of leaders throughout McMinnville actually support this project. For various reasons have not gone public, and you might be able to guess at some of those. I'm here primarily to answer questions about the testimony that I've provided and that is in your record. But I do have one thing I'd like to add. McMinnville is not about buildings. McMinnville is about people. People who have built and improved and expanded and replaced things appropriately for almost 150 years. Things like streets and sidewalks and utilities, parks, business and residential neighborhoods, and yes, buildings. McMinnville is people who look to the future and not to the past to manage their growth and to maintain their livability. I believe this development should be part of that future, and would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Does any counselor have questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the gallery who would like to testify in support of this proposal? If so, please indicate so by raising your hand. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to testify in support of this proposal? Please indicate your interest by raising your hand in the participant section of the Zoom controls or by sending a chat message to Claudia Cisneros indicating that you wish to testify. We will call on you to testify, and at that time you can unmute your audio and show your video for your testimony. And I see Charlie. If you would like to unmute, start your video, just pausing a moment as we've all struggled through this step. Wonderful. And then if you'll remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. My name is Charlie Hayes. My address is 61575 Hardin Martin Court in Bend, Oregon. Thank you for giving me a few minutes here tonight. My family has been invested in the success of 3rd Street and the McMinnville community since my parents, Mike and Diane Hayes, bought the shoe repair store in 1983 in the spaces now occupied by Crescent Cafe and R. Stewart, which they operated until my father's passing in 1998. My sister Linda Hayes has owned and operated Hopscotch Toys since 2003 and has been a vocal advocate for small business in McMinnville and nationwide, serving on the Downtown Association locally and as the chair of the American Small Toy Resellers Association nationally. Growing up, I would work Saturday mornings in my parents' shop to earn money for the matinee at the MAC. Over the years, the theater fell on hard times, and I think first time I recall the marquee having a for sale sign message was in 1999. I dreamed of buying the buildings, worrying that they would be torn down or ruined if someone without a commitment to historic preservation bought them first. My husband, Bob Coleman, and I, along with our business partners, Aaron Stevenson, Ben Pearl, and Brian Shea of the Atticus Hotel, purchased the Mac Theater, Hotel Yamhill, and Macy buildings in October of 2021 with the intention of revitalizing them and bringing them fully back to life in the community. Over the course of these proceedings, people have repeatedly asked the question, but who will buy these old buildings and want to invest in them? Are there people out there who really want to take on old buildings with all the challenges of owning them? And I am here to tell you that yes, there are people out there, and I'm one of them. We bought buildings without functioning water, sewer systems, heat, or plumbing. These buildings have been vacant and unusable for decades, but that doesn't mean they can't be brought back to life in a way that fits our community, lifts our community up, and celebrates our local history, and is financially viable as well. My message to you tonight is to remember that there are people in our community who have purchased and renovated historic buildings over the course of many decades in downtown McMinnville, and that examples abound of people who continue to do so. As our destination continues to grow in esteem, more people will want to invest in our historic buildings, not less. Thank you for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you. I will just remind everyone that this is a time for testimony in support of the project. But with that said, do any counselors have any questions on this testimony at this time? Okay. Is there anyone else on Zoom who wishes to testify in support of this proposal? Please indicate so by raising your hand in the participant section of the Zoom controls or by sending a chat directly to our city recorder, Claudia Cisneros. Lastly, is there anyone on the phone who wishes to testify on this proposal? If so, please unmute your phone and let us know that you would like to testify. Is there anyone on the phone? Great. Thank you. And it is 7:41 p.m. and before we go into opposition testimony, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 7:51 p.m. Thank you very much. I could encourage you to start finding your seats so we can restart the meeting. Thank you. Will council and those in the gallery please find your way back to your seats so we can restart?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back timely. I just had a quick process question to check on. Okay, and so does any person... Okay, does any person in the audience wish to speak in opposition to this proposal? If so, please provide the comprehensive plan criterion or McMinnville City Code criterion that you feel that the project does not meet, why it does not meet that criterion, and why you feel that a condition of approval will not help it meet that criterion. If you have a proposed condition of approval to help the project meet the criterion, please provide that as well. We will follow the same order for oppositional testimony, starting with the appellant, who shall have 25 minutes for their presentation. And I understand you're just working out some tech issues. Are you ready? All right, so if you'll please join us. And you ready as well? For those at home, we're just working out some technical issues. For those in the gallery, we're just working out some technical issues. All right, thank you, and please remember to state your name and address for the record.
Hi, yes, Daniel Kaiser, 10771 Northwest Brentano Lane. May I ask before my time starts, can I make a correction to the record?
Well, we've started your time already.
Okay. Then I will just keep going. Is the presentation showing up on screen? Yeah.
Why don't we pause the time really quick until we get these technical issues worked out?
Let's see.
I heard today that Scott Hill was appointed to the Saratoga Springs Planning Commission. That'll make many of you in the room happy to know. former mayor, for those of you who don't know.
Okay. Future mayor of Saratoga Springs. Okay, I apologize. I'm ready to begin.
All right, let's go ahead and restart the time clock, please, and if you'll start by stating your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Yes, Daniel Kaiser, 10771 Northwest Brentano Lane, McMinnville. I am proud to be born and raised in McMinnville. I'm kicking myself that I didn't do speech and debate at Mackin High, but I'm honored to be here. I have wanted to be an architect ever since I was a little kid. I studied construction management at Brigham Young University and received my Master of Architecture from the University of Notre Dame. Notre Dame's program is very special. It's one of the only few programs in the world that classically trains architecture, classically trains architects. My education has really given me a passion for historic buildings and urbanism. And I work remotely as a designer for one of the most well-respected architecture in the firms in the nation. It's Ferguson and Shamamian Architects in New York City. I was living in New York until the pandemic brought me back home to McMinnville, where I currently reside and work remotely. So this may sound irrelevant to you, but I want you to know that McMinnville is a part of me, and my passion for architecture is that I feel qualified to bring this appeal before you. There has been speculation about my relationship to this appeal, and I want to state unequivocally for the record that I am simply a community volunteer. I have absolutely nothing to gain financially from this appeal. None of the other architects who have previously spoken out against this project have been paid for their time or their opinions either. We all simply share a desire to protect the historic fabric of McMinnville's downtown. This appeal was not inexpensive. The city's application fees totaled $4,380, but through a GoFundMe, I was able to quickly raise the needed funds from over 100 individual donations. I'm here tonight to walk you through evidence that strongly suggests the Historic Landmark Committee's original decision to deny all 4 of these applications. There's a lot of information to wade through, and it's difficult because there are 2 different application types regarding 3 separate historic buildings and multiple layers of applicable codes and policies. The HLC is the body tasked with understanding and applying the nuances of these codes, and we should be proud of the work that they did weighing the evidence in the record. I have concerns that the Planning Commission didn't recognize their role appropriately as an appellate body and instead took a broader view outside of the relevant criteria during their deliberations. I'm sure they felt they weighed the issues carefully, but their findings and the evidence submitted simply do not support their votes of approval. This evening, I will also present new evidence that neither committee had at the time of making their decisions. So before we dig in, I'd like to remind you that there are 4 individual applications before you. It is possible you may agree with the HLC on some, but not all of them. You do not have to approve them all or deny them all. Each building and each application must be weighed on its own individual merits and voted on accordingly. Downtown McMinnville did not become one of the best main streets in America by accident. 40 years ago, a group of local residents started work on the creation of our local historic inventory. They also fought for the creation of the Downtown Historic District and succeeded in having it formally recognized by the National Park Service's National Register of Historic Places. Their motivation? To stop further demolition of historic properties and protect the irreplaceable value of McMinnville's local Main Street. Property owners of historic buildings in the district have a special responsibility beyond traditional ownership. They are also stewards of these buildings for future generations. That extra responsibility comes with benefits, though. A building on historic 3rd Street is worth more than the same building on 99W or anywhere else in the city. Being listed in the district also gives access to substantial federal tax programs, as well as opportunities to apply for local and state grants and other local funding opportunities. This would not be possible without the historic district. So to be clear, the applicant does not own the properties at this time. They are instead choosing to place their project in a location that is subject to extra layers of local laws and review processes. They could still propose to build this hotel in any other location in our community, ones that don't require the demolition of 3 contiguous historic buildings. and they would have a much easier approval process. They are choosing to engage in this process. On January 5th, planning staff added an email conversation with Paul Lusiknin, a historian at the National Park Service, to the public record. Asked if the demolition of these buildings would impact the eligibility of the district as a whole, Paul said, quote, "The effect of these demolitions, in all caps, might impact the overall eligibility of a district, but not likely. The loss of 3 buildings in isolation would probably not be sufficient to demand delisting unless the level of integrity district-wide was also problematic." So Paul's response was far from the definitive answer that I think the staff report alludes to. This was an informal communication, but McMinnville's historic district listing has not been updated since it was created. At least 3, probably more, buildings have been demolished since then with no notice to the Park Service. So the National Park Service didn't have an accurate understanding of the current state of our district and therefore cannot make an educated guess on how demolishing 3 contiguous buildings on our most prominent street in the district could affect it. Unfortunately, planning staff are in no position to promise us that our district would be safe in the aftermath of this scale of demolition, when there has been no indication that it will be, and the nuanced opinion given was based on incomplete information. Nobody wants to see us lose our historic district, but I don't want you to be the elected official that's responsible for its dissolution. I'm going to touch on the applications for the demolition of these historic buildings. Their significance related to our city's automotive industry has been well communicated through previous testimony on the record. The applicant claims these buildings have been modified beyond recognition, that they no longer reflect their original purpose. And sure, they have been modified, their uses, the original building use has changed, but that is the beauty of historic rehabilitation. These auto garages are now offices and restaurant hospitality spaces. It's important to remember that as a council, you don't have to determine if these buildings are historic. The city and federal government decided these buildings were of historic importance when they were listed as part of the district in 1987. And we have to remember that those determinations were made after the buildings had been modified from their original design. The 1987 district nomination acknowledges this. Buildings along 3rd Street represent several phases of development that have a marked cohesion by virtue of their density, common scale, materials, and overall design elements. While ground story storefronts have been altered over the years, distinguished features of the upper stories are intact and provide visual continuity. Oddly, the applicants are now all of a sudden telling us that these buildings do not, in fact, have a strong historical significance or value to the community, and that they need to be demolished. What's changed? Nothing has changed. The applicant's own historic consultants confirm on the record that these buildings are as historic as the day they were designated a part of the district. The applicant has provided financial figures to previous commissions to say that these buildings can't be salvaged. They are beyond repair. But numbers in a vacuum mean nothing. You need context for them to have meaning. So let's look at recent sales only 1 block away. An internet search shows the historic Elks Lodge, long owned and stewarded by Marilyn Warricks, is one of the most meticulously restored buildings in the district and has 7 commercial tenants and 15 parking spaces, sold for $78 a square foot. The Mac and Hotel Yamhill buildings, which need substantial upgrades, are also sold recently. Oops. And if they paid full listing price, it was $99 a square foot. From the cost estimates the applicant provided on April 13th, the stated purchase price for our 3 buildings is $3,475,000. A cost estimate provided on November 4th states the building size. This purchase price would then be $191 per square foot. How can we be told that our 3 historic buildings are both devoid of value and selling for double to triple the market value by square foot of other historic buildings downtown? In fact, nicer buildings. Why would the applicant tell you that these buildings can't be sold and then be willing to pay so much more than market value? And that answer is simple. Because the developer's business plan for a large-scale hotel requires them to have multiple contiguous lots inside our historic district, preferably fronting 3rd Street. These developers are telling us that this is not just one, not two, but 3 historic buildings, all conveniently located side by side, that also are conveniently needing to be torn down. They need, the applicant, 3/4 of a block frontage for their business plan to be the most profitable, which is why the developers are clearly willing to pay much more than double the price per square foot of neighboring buildings. Mind you, for buildings they contend are in such terrible shape they need to be torn down. So where's the financial hardship argument here? Perhaps these buildings would have sold more easily if they were priced consistently with other properties in the marketplace. When your house doesn't sell at list price, you bring the price down and let the market tell you what it's worth. These developers are telling us these buildings aren't worth anything, but their actions show otherwise. Ironically, these specific properties are worth that inflated price to these developers because of the added value created by the protections and the design standards of the historic district. They want to profit off of those protections while simultaneously asking you to ignore them. On March 13th, the applicant provided a cost estimate for renovating the historic buildings into a 13-room hotel instead of demolishing them. Absolutely no detail was given about how they arrived at their numbers, but they said it would cost $28.5 million. An internet search shows us the preliminary pricing for the Mac Theater renovation project will create 62 rooms for $28 million. Both projects have historic buildings with unreinforced masonry. Why does a budget of $28 million only get the applicant 13 rooms when it gets another group 62 rooms, a historic theater, and a bathhouse? In another cost estimate from March 13th, the applicant said that in order to buy these buildings and to continue to use them without seismic upgrades, it would cost $15.3 million. How do you spend $15 million to use a building in the same way that it's already being used? In the March 13th cost estimates, the applicant laid out how much a seismic retrofit alone would cost. To be clear, these buildings require no seismic work to continue to be used as they are. But the applicant has stated that seismic work is the biggest hurdle to continued investment in or rehabilitation for these buildings. Also, and they said that that would cost, I believe it was $2.4 million. Also in the public domain is a document from 2020 showing that the McMinnville Urban Renewal Agency loaned $41,000 to the Bindery to rehabilitate a historic warehouse into an event space. That project involved converting an unreinforced masonry building into an assembly space, an occupancy space that has the most restrictive code requirements. Total project costs, which included seismic work, was officially stated as $205,000. If the Bindery building can undergo seismic upgrades and be converted into new purpose with a successful business model at an affordable cost, why can't the rest of these buildings? The bottom line is that the applicant has provided unverified numbers to say these buildings can't be saved simply because they don't want them to be saved. And it appears that they think no one will notice how far off these numbers are. They can't or won't show us detailed or realistic numbers because that data would not support the demolition of these buildings. And just because the numbers don't work for one business plan doesn't mean the numbers can't work for another. Another issue that has been brought to my attention regarding one of the buildings the applicant wants to demolish is the Bennett building, which is built as one building stretching from 3rd Street to 4th Street, encompassing the entire depth of the city block. In the 90s, the building was divided into 2 tax lots, but the application being considered is for the 3rd Street half. So how do you demolish half of a historic building? Tearing down the 3rd Street half is going to destabilize the 4th Street half. But here's what I really don't understand is that the 3rd Street half has the more prominent facade and includes renovated tenant spaces. The 4th Street half is still a warehouse with very little improvements or infrastructure. So why is the 3rd Street half so worthless that it needs to be torn down, but the 4th Street half retains enough value to support its protection? If you allow the demolition of these 3 historic buildings, you're effectively approving the demolition of 4, because you can't justify not demolishing this building at a later date. Further, if you decide that the Bennett building doesn't retain value and significance worth protecting, how can one justify the protection of the remaining bindery building? It is also a simple warehouse. I fear the approval of these applications will effectively begin a demolition domino effect the city is going to be dealing with for years to come. And the applicant wants us to believe that their project is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our city. They are trying to pit our 2019 Historic Preservation Plan and our comprehensive plan's goals for historic preservation against the goals of the MacTown 2032 plan, when in fact there is no need for them to be in conflict. I believe the recent submissions to written testimony further explain this point, and I encourage you to consider them. I want to be clear, I am not anti-development. The Gwendolyn can be built anywhere else in the city and provide us with the same tax revenue and benefits without destroying the historic district. And we also have to remember that tax revenue isn't a free gift to the city. It is money that goes into our coffers because this building will put increased demand on city services. So now that we've discussed demolition, I want to look more closely at the Gwendolyn Hotel. Hugh Development's website calls the Gwendolyn a 5-story building, but according to their application and submitted architectural drawings, it is in fact 6 stories tall, not including the basement parking garage. The applicant provided this height study at the neighborhood meeting a year ago and elected not to include what would be the only remaining historic buildings on the block in their study's map, both of which are only 1 story in height. You can see at the bottom, I've made a corrected map. In red, you can see those 2 buildings. They are crucial to the assessment of this project's compliance with our city's prevailing code. Buildings should have massing and configuration similar to adjacent or nearby historic buildings on the same block. Massing refers to a structure in 3 dimensions, not just its outline or its height. I made an amendment to my appeal yesterday that I believe this code is only referring to historic buildings on the same block, whether they be nearby or adjacent. If the applicant is allowed to demolish the 3 historic buildings, the only historic buildings that Gwendolyn has left to compare its mass with are the bindery and the back half of the Bennett building. The applicant has previously been opposed to using height to compare mass, so let's compare mass with cubic feet to take into consideration the building's length, depth, and height. So the bindery building and the back half of the Bennett are both approximately 125,000 cubic feet. The Gwendolyn Hotel is 1,005,000 cubic feet. It is 800% bigger than the historic buildings on the block. I can't imagine how this is within anyone's definition of similar. The applicant has suggested its massing is comparable to other buildings in the district, which is not a comparison that is supported by our code. But even if we entertained this exercise, the Atticus Hotel and the McMinnville Hotel Oregon are both approximately 320,000 cubic feet in size. So the Gwendolyn is over 3 times larger than each of them. In my opinion, something triple the size is not similar. The Planning Commission cited precedent as an excuse for not meeting this code. But if this application goes to LUBA, LUBA will be constrained to evaluating prior land use decisions for compliance with applicable approval standards, not for consistency with prior local government decisions. And regardless, the Gwendolyn Hotel is not remotely similar in massing to any building located in the downtown design district, historic or new. The applicant has reminded previous commissions the language of these codes is should, not shall, a guideline rather than a requirement. When the applicant is debating should versus shall, it's acknowledgement that they understand the code guidelines, they just don't care about them. And what they don't care about is the value of the intent of the code. And that is to ensure that all new development is sympathetic and harmonious with the existing building fabric of our historic district, which the Gwendolyn, as you can see here, is not. The Planning Commission's findings stated that the existing historic buildings are part of the building fabric of 3rd Street, a built environment which has a lot of value to the community. Any replacement project would need to be able to become an asset and not a disruptor, and that the Gwendolyn will need to meet the downtown design overlay code criteria for new construction, including mimicking the character and scale of the existing buildings downtown. The Gwendolyn is a disruptor, and it does not mimic the scale of other buildings. One of the clarifications planning staff made on March 16th is that quote, new construction should be distinct from the old and must not attempt to replicate historic buildings elsewhere on the site and to avoid creating a false sense of historic development. This was direction from the National Park Service on new construction on a historic property. In the National Park Service, they consider districts a property. But the staff did not mention the previous sentence from that same document, which is, when visible in close proximity to historic buildings, the new construction must be subordinate to these buildings. This is official direction from the National Park Service, which oversees our district. And the language is must, and that overrides the city's should mandate. The Gwendolyn is not subordinate to any historic building in the district, let alone any other building downtown. Historic preservation is an integral piece of the city's adopted code and goals. If this council thinks that historic preservation is no longer important, the council should go through the process of amending our code to reflect that, because our current code language simply does not support demolishing 3 contiguous historic buildings on the most prominent street in our historic district, a decision that could threaten the eligibility of the entire district. So what are we saying about McMinnville's commitment to our own codes? If the real argument is that these buildings should be torn down because we can build something that makes more money, no historic building on 3rd Street is safe. The city has drawn a line in the sand with its adopted policies to preserve these buildings. Either the city follows its policies or it doesn't. And since no decisions are made in a vacuum, if you approve this project, you need to think, what are the unintended consequences? You will be opening the floodgates for more developers to come in and make the same argument. And if you think this has been a long, difficult, expensive endeavor for the city and its taxpayers, this is going to happen over again and again. I respectfully request the City Council reverse the Planning Commission's decisions and adopt and build upon the Historic Landmark Committee's findings. I also want to thank each of you for being a community volunteer on this council. Our volunteer-driven community is experiencing the full force of a large development team with specialized lawyers and paid staff that want to drag this process out for as long as possible and wear us down. They have tried to distract our attention with hundreds of pages of evidence and countless hours of testimony that is either contrary to the prevailing code or irrelevant to the discussion at hand. But this process has shown me that this community is full of engaged citizens that are depending on your votes. So I want to thank everyone who donated their personal funds and efforts to make this appeal possible. And I want to recognize those who have shown up here to tell you that we want to continue to protect our historic and irreplaceable downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I'll keep order. Please quiet in the gallery. Thank you. I just want to state for the record that while the Zoom clock did not start, our city recorder did keep a timer, so we are delivering a same process for the applicant and the appellant. Does any counselor have questions of the appellant at this time? And if we could remove the screen share, thank you. Council President, anything from you? And I'll go by the same, I'll look for your unmute if you'd like to speak in future.
Nothing currently, thank you.
Thank you. We will now start to hear public testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now start to hear public testimony in opposition to this project. Each person testifying will be allotted 3 minutes for their testimony. I understand this is an emotional topic and people may be drawn to applauding and booing. We would ask that you keep your personal responses to yourself and allow the council to hear the testimony as it comes forward. If you'll please call our first person that is signed up. Claudia?
Nathan Copwriter.
Is now an okay, for 1 second, ask a staff question? Councilor Gary?
Just, will we be able to have, or will there be a copy in the record of the slideshow that was presented?
Yes.
Please.
All right.
And we'll get an electronic copy and post it to the project's website as well. Daniel's been very good about that.
All right, thank you very much. And Claudia, if you'll please call the first person that's signed up in opposition.
Nathan Copwriter.
If you want to hand those to staff, and then they'll distribute them to us, and you can join us here, please. And then let's get that our clock queued back up for 3 minutes. And Mr. Burke, if you're ready, Director Burke, thank you. Welcome, thank you. And if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Nathan Cooprider. I live at 6911 Southwest 53rd Avenue in Portland. Great to see you. Thank you for giving me a chance to testify. I have to just start to say I support the appeal of Daniel Kaiser of this application. I believe that it misses on several design code criteria, and I'm a little concerned. I'm not following that written testimony. That was my chance to get some of my concerns on the record about the Planning Commission process. And I wanted to make sure that was entered on the record, tried to email it yesterday and missed the deadline. So my testimony today is that you have a National Historic District. It's a beautiful main street. I grew up in McMinnville. Like many of the others that testified here, I don't consider pro and con. I'm opposed to approving this project as it currently stands, and I'm opposed to demolition based on the limited evidence produced specifically for those demolition of those buildings. There is countless information in the record about the historical quality, the integrity. I agree with everything Daniel said. When you think about a National Historic District, especially a main street, and especially one with a continuous fabric like we have in McMinnville, often, even when you grow up here, you spend a lot of time here, in your head you wonder, what is it that makes this tick? What is it that makes our main street special? Even me, trained as an architect and who grew up here, when I came back to town and started doing work, I was the architect for the Chaos Project and the Atticus Project. There's been so much talk about how those are great for the community. Why can't this be great? We didn't demolish historic contributing buildings. Atticus is a surface parking lot on the back side of the block towards 4th Street. As you guys know, the back sides of the block are mostly parking lots. We have plenty of room for growth in McMinnville. I love the idea of growing. I love the idea of vibrancy. I love the idea of more people coming to these shops. I love the tradition of our storefront improvements on 3rd Street. When you look at the before and afters people are submitting, those improvements happen. That's why we protected the district. It's for investment. It's for the mutual benefit. That's probably my time. Thank you so much.
Conclude your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, if you'll stay with us one moment, please. Does any counselor need anything clarified regarding the testimony of this speaker?
Was it Cooprider or Copwriter?
It is Cooprider, yeah.
Thank you. Does any other counselor need anything clarified? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Claudia?
Next, we have Beth Castor.
Welcome. Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Beth Castor, and my address is 220 Northeast 7th here in McMinnville. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I have submitted written testimony that's very detailed because in 3 minutes, I can't quite deliver the response. I'm a realtor. I've been licensed since 2000. I hold the license of a principal broker. And my very first real estate coach told me never to take sides politically because people will not do business with you. So if you see me pouring your wine or making you a latte or pumping your gas in the next few months, please be kind. So just to be clear, I want the Bladines and the Frischmans to sell their property. I believe in property rights. I believe that that kind of vitality is necessary. I do not believe this is the correct project for it. In 2017, the News Register building was listed, and it was a very confused listing. Wasn't clear what part of the building was for sale, when it would be. So these buildings, the 3 buildings, have never been exposed to the open market. When we say there is no value to them, we don't know because they've never been exposed to the market. Just quickly, the one condition, 120 days to explore that, is not enough time. In order for a listing of this size to be properly prepared, professional photographs, vetted, all the disclosures, and to be marketed, we see the properties that have sold are on the market for over 250 days. So there will need to be more time. 120 days is not a reasonable time to arrive at that. The other thing I would like to speak to is just the lease rates. In downtown McMinnville, lease rates very seldom go through a broker. They're eyeball to eyeball handshake. We'll pay this. So they're not going to show up for us to be able to compare these things. I hope in conclusion, because I know I'm running out of time, I hope you'll read this testimony I submitted. I provided a lot of data about pro forma, about what things have sold, and there is a market for these historic buildings regardless of their condition, as Charlie Hayes spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any Counselor Gary?
Thank you. Can you elaborate on what you mean by exposed to the open market?
Yes. So we use that term in real estate to help determine value. So to determine if there is a desire for a property, if it's priced correctly, if the value is in line, we have to expose it to the open market, meaning it's listed properly. It's either on RMLS or dot loop or some other means, so it can be vetted by potential buyers whether or not it's a desirable property. These properties have not had that exposure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Councilor Menke?
Could you tell us how they have been listed? I'm puzzled. I mean, something like this, I think, would be on the MLRS.
The only time that it was 609 was listed in 2017. You'll see this in my submitted testimony. I had 2 viable buyers that were interested in the property, but at the time, we didn't know if it was the Odell building, if it was the News Register building, and certainly the Bennett building has never been listed and made available for sale. So these are all unknowns. And in order to compare apples to apples, because all 3 buildings are being proposed for demolition, all 3 buildings would need to be, in my opinion, would need to be offered for sale. And I think a more reasonable time frame would be really like 6 months in order to have it properly prepared and listed and exposed to the market.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Councilor Menke? Councilor Chenoweth?
First off, I want to say I didn't get to say it to anybody else, so to everybody that testifies, thank you, both pro and against, for taking the time to come down here and share your point of view. You started talking about lease rates, and I wasn't following and getting your point.
Okay.
Where were you trying to go there?
And by the way, I'm not being paid for any of this, either as a consultant or anywhere down the line. It's because of my commitment to downtown that I'm here. So lease rates, I'm not a commercial broker. I reached out to one of my colleagues in my company who is a commercial broker, and he provided me with some data about that. So lease rates are very different than sales. And if they go through a brokerage, they're advertised, you can see what those are, and there's a negotiation. But when you have a vacancy rate of less than 1% of spaces on the street, things are leased by word of mouth. So there isn't a public record for it.
Why are you I'm not sure I'm following why that's important.
Because the applicants has said that there will be an increase in lease rates in downtown. So just like, was it rising tides lift all boats? Rising rents in one place can raise the rents in other places. But if you look at the very successful building owners and the small retail and small restaurant spaces that we have, it's because the rates stay reasonable and a local small business can afford to do that.
Any other?
This project...
Thank you. I think the question's been answered. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Claudia?
Trisha Dembski.
Do we have Trisha in the lobby or the gallery? Next. We'll come back and ask on Trisha maybe right at the end as well.
Next, Claudia Miriam Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and if you'll please remember to state your name and address for the record.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Claudia Miriam Reed, I'm at 1505 Southwest Taft Street here in McMinnville. I'm speaking to the wellness of the community, and I'm using testimony based on personal experience and what I learned in 17 years of covering city business for local newspapers of various kinds. Proving this project could set a dangerous precedent and negatively impact current residents, eventually forcing them to move away. In the certificate of approval for new construction, the developer proposes promoting McMinnville as, quote, the most livable and prosperous city in the state of Oregon now and in the future. He proposes creating a destination for visitors to nearby wineries. In other words, we've got a replica of Sonoma, California. What does it cost to live in Sonoma, California? The average cost of purchasing just a 3-bedroom house in Sonoma is more than $1 million. Can we and our children and our grandchildren afford that, or do we have to go someplace else? The developer proposes a space for new retail and commercial services to meet the needs of the incoming wealthy. In that case, what happens to existing retail and commercial services? Most people operating their own businesses here rent their retail spaces. Now, if you owned one of those spaces, would you continue to rent to a business like the Crescent Cafe, or would you quadruple the rent, drive the cafe out of business, and bring in a Michelin 3-star restaurant charging an average of $276 per meal? And would that be the place where you would all go to entertain your friends? I saw the same thing happen when I lived in a part of San Francisco that, believe it or not, was a lot like McMinnville. My little son could go to the corner grocery with a shopping list and money, and the store owner would greet him by name, put the listed items in a bag, and give him the correct change. But when the super rich came in and started buying up adjacent commercial properties, the rents became unaffordable, our little grocer had to close his store, and it was replaced by a Porsche dealership where nobody said anything to anybody, unless you wanted to buy a car. The same thing could happen to residential spaces. If you owned an apartment building in a city that was turning into a clone of Sonoma, would you continue to rent at the same affordable price? Or would you ask these same city officials for permission to turn the units into condominiums selling for $500,000 each? The developer estimates the new hotel would have a real market value of approximately $60 million, which he writes would result in a significant increase in taxes paid to the city. He specifically says for funding for urban renewal projects. Urban renewal, depending on how you do it, has sometimes been called gentrification, and it's sometimes been called urban removal because the existing population has been removed. All right, that's as far as I get to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Next, we have Scott Cunningham.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Scott Cunningham, 318 Northeast 3rd Street, owner of Pizza Capo and also formerly the president of the MDA. And I would like to support Daniel in his attempt, but what I really wanted to say is that I want to make sure that the stuff that they've agreed to is the 62 parking spaces is stuff that you guys mandate that they must do. I mean, that is a part of their agreement that they must do it, because if we don't have those parking spaces, we are going to see a major issue with parking. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Scott, your main concern was just that the parking be included in the project if it was
I mean, I have lots of other concerns, but I know other people are going to speak to them. I mean, I really do think that there is no way that parking study can be correct, because, I mean, if you're talking about 90 rooms, 70 employees, a 300 or 3,500 square foot restaurant, most people check in at about 4 o'clock on Fridays. We don't allow for any valet to happen on 3rd Street, so what we're talking about is the 2 parking spaces that they would have to deal with all of that. So being able to receive all their guests. So I can't see how that parking or how that impact study is correct.
Any other questions? Can we ask a question of staff before we, yeah, please, Councilor Gary.
Can you speak to the application and the, how the prospective project, and I know there was some in the PC about building permits issued prior to the issuance of demolition certificates if moving forward. Can you talk to alterations in the program that aren't necessarily captured by the design documents, which is what is in what we're talking about, or the demolition, but things like the parking, how those are memorialized in the project, and if they do or don't get to move forward, how do those, and are we able to write conditions of approval such that would capture Mr. Cunningham's concerns?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Historically, with the Historic Landmarks Committee's decisions for new design, what has been presented to the city is what's memorialized and the applicant is held to. The underground parking is not part of the exterior design, so I think if it's something that we do want memorialized as a condition of approval, we should put that in a condition itself. They've provided a project proposal. We're saying yes or no to the project proposal relative to the new construction design piece of it.
So what I'm hearing you say is if that is important, we could write it in as a condition of approval, and it's defendable, definable.
Yeah, and I would say that the place to probably write it in is in the, and this is without talking to my legal counsel who's right next to me leaning in, which makes me think I'm getting it wrong. But I would say let's put it in the demolition conditions of approval, because if you're making a decision about the replacement project versus the demolition projects, you can talk about the replacement project from a larger perspective than just the exterior design.
Do you agree?
Yes, generally speaking. There have been some fights at Luba and other places about what happens if something isn't captured in a condition and is considered a key part of the project, and are they held to it or not? And depending on the situation, it can go either way. So if, in fact, the council is looking to approve this and some aspect of the development is a critical piece, we should make sure that that's captured in the conditions so that there isn't any later doubt when it comes out.
Copy. I am satisfied.
Thank you. And any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Kate Beavers.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kate Beavers. I live at 14670 Baker Creek Road. Hugh Development, compelling presentation. Daniel, good job. The historical district was formed to provide perspective when exuberant development confronts the historical district and the quaint town ambiance this city strives for, if the brochures over the last 30 years are to be believed. They speak to the small town feeling, the importance of our history, and how treasured it is. Recently, there have been developments that stray far from those stated goals. Most recently, the insert polite word here, First Federal Building, whose corner location has a curious border just out of the historical district. I have questions. I'd like to know just where and why the ingress and egress at this site are so hard to find. That departure from normal architecture has introduced a camel nose to our historical downtown. To clarify, a camel nose is, if you allow a camel to put even its nose into your tent, you will have a whole camel in your tent before you are even aware, inexorably pushing you out of your tent. I'm here tonight to say, take a breath. Please abide by the historical district advice. In the horse world, we call it a half halt. Not a full stop, but wait a minute. It's used to refocus and not get caught up with, oh, look, something shiny. I grew up in the Napa Valley. I've lived the exodus of generations of families as they're priced out of their hometown, looking further and further to afford to live and work in the Napa Valley community. The upgrading of the Napa Valley is such I can't afford to spend the night in a local hotel to attend family functions. Jackson Hole, Wyoming, The residents have to bus out of town to shop as the town center has been inundated with bespoke businesses. Charming place, just not a home. I believe it was referred to as a place-based tourism. I see the foreshadowing of that here. The demolition domino. Perhaps I'm a bellwether. Please, overriding of Historical District's recommendations regarding the Gwendolyn Hotel seem dismissive. I support the suspension of this project as presently proposed. I would, however, be on board with a location out of the McMinnville Historical District proper. Thank you for your time and polite attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Courtney Cunningham.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Courtney Cunningham. I've lived here in McMinnville for 20 years, currently at 115 Southeast Mountain View Lane. My husband and I own Community Plate Restaurant. We are partners in Pizza Capo here on 3rd Street. I have served on the Visit McMinnville's board of directors since its inception, and I'm currently the vice chair. I'm also the creative director for the Willamette Valley Wineries Association. I'm not here representing any of these organizations other than Pizza Capo, and do not speak for them, but want to mention these affiliations as my work with all of them inform what I will say today. I have a statement that I have submitted on behalf of 8 local restaurants. I'll share a condensed version for you in the interest of time. Thank you to all of you for your service and the countless volunteer hours you contribute to weigh important decisions on behalf of the entire community. We feel it's important to raise the issue of the state of our hospitality workforce and enter it into public record as a part of the demolition applications put forth for 3 historic buildings in downtown McMinnville. The developer of the Gwendolyn Hotel project has laid out several benefits to the city of McMinnville, which they feel outweigh the value of the 3 historic buildings they are asking to demolish. The creation of 72 hospitality jobs has been a key point in their application. As members of our local restaurant community, we do not see this as a benefit to our industry, but rather feel strongly it will wreak havoc on an already broken system. We fear that a project of this scale will destabilize our local workforce and hurt our existing small businesses. We currently have a broken workforce pipeline and do not have the workers we need to operate in our businesses in a strong and stable way. This past December, we saw 3 restaurants close: Red Fox, Community Plate, Red Hills Kitchen. This month, Pura Vida announced they would no longer serve dinner. Cypress, the new restaurant at the Atticus, has been very open about the lack of employees, stalling their opening and reducing the days they will be able to operate. In every one of these situations, the difficulty of finding and maintaining a skilled workforce has been a core issue. It is a well-known and a well-documented concern in our industry. Travel Oregon has made the hospitality workforce crisis a key initiative in their 10-year strategic plan, and the hospitality industry as a whole is lobbying at a state level for more funding for workforce resources, education, and training. The struggle for the hospitality workers remains pervasive and unique. Job creation sounds like a good thing until you understand the real-world impacts for a small town. Thank you for all your hard work, for considering these challenges, and hearing our concern about how a project of the Gwendolyn scale will negatively impact our local workforce and small business community. Scott and Courtney Cunningham, Jeremy White and Kyle Monroe of Pizza Capo, Cindy Lorenzen the Sage, Patrick Bruce Thistle, Diana Riggs and Kari Chiara Mac Market, Michelle Granis, Travis Bird, Henry Kibbett of Cypress, Kristen Schofeld, Harvest Fresh, Carmen Pirano, Nix, and Kathy Stoller of La Rambla. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will just remind the council that this is a land use decision, and your decision must be based on land use criteria alone. Workforce either for and against are not relevant to your decision tonight. That said, are there any questions for the speaker? No.
I do have a question. Thank you. Sorry. Bear with me one second, Mayor. So one of the criteria that we have to consider is, with this application, one of the land use criteria is to, and I mentioned it earlier, to encourage the continued growth and diversification of McMinnville's economy in order to enhance the general well-being of the community and provide employment opportunities for its citizens. So I think you did speak to that. My question is, aside from competition for employees, what's the biggest challenge that you have in retaining staff, acquiring and retaining staff in McMinnville right now?
If I can speak plainly,
I'm just a little concerned. Could you rephrase your question to make it so that it is applicable to the issue before us,
It's
Counselor?
applicable to Goal 4.
okay.
Okay. Allow it.
Honestly, one of the biggest issues is housing. We cannot provide workforce level housing for our workforce to live here where they work. And to be honest, when the initial application was submitted by the applicant, there were, I think, 30 residential units that were included, and I was prepared to stand down for the addition of actual housing to be added to our inventory. And now they've created a, for lack of a better way to say it, a black hole of workforce jobs, and are breaking the system by flooding the market with those jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Jack Thornton. Jack Thornton.
Next.
Carol Paddock.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. If you'll please remember to state your name, and we'll hold on one second. You're probably going to want 180 degrees, at least as far as my eyeballs can see. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right, wonderful. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Carol Paddock, and the city has my contact info. I disagree that we cannot question parking or ADA issues or other operational issues. Goal 4.3.25, commercial uses will be located in areas where conflicts with adjacent land uses can be minimized and where city services commensurate with the scale of development are or can be made available prior to development. Same goal 26, the size and scale of and market for commercial uses shall guide their locations. Heavy traffic generating uses shall be located where adequate services can be constructed. Lots of references already in the record. Let me know if any of this you want those references. I'll try to pull them out. It's my opinion that the operational needs of this hotel are too big for this location. The hotel is between 90,000 to nearly 110,000 square feet, depending on how it's calculated. The nearest comparable is the Atticus Hotel at only 24,000 square feet. I question whether the relevant C of A's are going to be sufficient. I'm concerned that receiving is inadequate. I'll just stand up here. You can see receiving is on the northwest side, just below the parking access. You come through the hallway with your mattresses and TVs and furniture. You go through the equally skinny locker room, and that's how you access the elevators. I hope you had a chance to look at what I sent in about the Bennett building. It's right here, the north half of it, that will be spared if possible, but there's no application before you for an historic alteration on this building. It'll be needed when they demolish the south half. We don't know if it'll survive demolition, nor if it can be adequately shored up at the point of demolition, because no information has been provided about how it'll be handled. This, combined with the receiving problem, causes me to worry about the future of the north half of the Bennett building. So there's the parking garage, and that's mainly for your reference. We're going to take a look at the entrance to that. An off-street parking and loading criterion says driveways to off-street parking areas shall be designed and constructed to facilitate the flow of traffic and to provide for minimum safety of pedestrians and vehicular traffic on the site. This is to ensure that the parking garage will function safely in the future if there should be a change of use to public use. You can see that the existing vehicle must maneuver into the oncoming lane in order to see adequately before entering onto the street. So here's where it would come out, and then because of the sight triangles, it has to get over in this other lane. Let's see. This might work for valet, but it won't work for public use. Have I already hit it?
You're already in it, but why don't you just conclude your thoughts, please?
Let's go to the, wowie. I want to go to then.
And just, if you could just give us a closing statement, please.
Yes, there is no passenger loading zone shown, and that's a serious problem. It's probably going to be on 3rd Street, which is in front of the hotel, and you've got issues with how is the valet going to handle bringing cars to 67 people in the morning. Are they going to circle the block at checkout time, and will visitors be double parked here? And what's going to happen on 3rd Street for festivals when they close it down with the valet parking? Those kinds of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Next, we have Cameron Settlemeyer.
Next. We'll come back to you, Cameron, when we get to the people on Zoom. Oh, right. Okay, thank you. Cameron, if you're available. If you go ahead and unmute and turn your camera on, state your name and address for the record, and we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Cameron Settlemeyer. I live at 230 7th Avenue Southwest in Albany, Oregon. I am speaking to you as a tourist. I'm basically speaking to you as a customer that comes to visit McMinnville. In considering McMinnville Municipal Code 17.65.050B, it is imperative to look at not just the value and significance of individual buildings, but the broader total value of buildings that contribute to a national historic district. What is McMinnville's tourist brand? In a nutshell, it is the heart of the wine country with a charming historic downtown. 3rd Street, the downtown National Historic District. In Vogue magazine from February of 2018, it says, quote, "Just an hour south of Portland lies McMinnville, Oregon, a town so charming it looks like a Pacific Northwest version of the Gilmore Girls' fictional Stars Hollow." It goes on to say its main drag has even earned a Great Street Award from the American Planning Association. How did McMinnville get this prestigious award? According to the American Planning Association's website, planning.org, it says, as the charming main street of historic downtown McMinnville, Oregon, 3rd Street offers a quintessential small town experience. 3rd Street is a vibrant and beautiful street that is the product of historic preservation and a multifaceted streetscape plan. It goes on to say more than 50 buildings along 3rd Street are classified by the city of McMinnville as having historical significance to the city's history, architecture, or setting. Such buildings include iconic places that are now used for more modern purposes. Buildings don't have to serve the same purpose as when they were constructed to be historic. In 2017, Sunset Magazine held a contest for the West Best Main Street, noting not only is the town's main street a convenient thoroughfare with favorite shops, restaurants, or other local businesses, it's often the heart and soul of a town. And the winner of that contest was McMinnville, of all the cities in the West. Why put all the time and money into a Main Street program only to destroy it? There is nothing charming about a massive, modern, out-of-scale building looming over the downtown area. So massive, it requires the demolition of not one, not two, but 3 buildings contributing to the downtown National Historic District. So what is McMinnville's brand going to be? The charming historic heart of the wine country, or a city known for relinquishing to short-sighted greed? And it doesn't even have to be an either or. There are other more suitable locations that hotels can be built that don't cause this kind of permanent damage to the heart and soul of McMinnville.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Margaret Cross.
Welcome, Maggie. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Remy. Margaret Cross, 1102 Southwest West Lane, McMinnville. When the applicant appealed the denial of the HLC findings, the Planning Commission was required to conduct a quasi-judicial hearing for the sole purpose of reviewing the validity of the HLC findings. A quasi-judicial hearing must consider the legal standards involved and only consider competent and substantial evidence. The Planning Commission did not do this. Instead of methodically reviewing the legal standards and the comprehensive evidence which formed the basis of the HLC findings, the Planning Commission, and I listened to every minute and reviewed my notes, they spent much of their time discussing ephemeral issues. They discussed whether the proposed building was more suited to Portland, if the lobby would be welcoming, whether the applicant might pay for an additional floor for the city parking garage and provide discounts for locals. Raised the specter of quid pro quo in my mind. They talked about the definition of a living wage, the shortage of affordable housing, profitability for the owner, plans for the retail shop, who would manage the hotel, and why there were rooms instead of suites. They did not meet the legal standard of a quasi-judicial hearing. And to me, this poses problems. The applicant was no better. He talked about what he was building in Seattle, how he'd offer a great tourist experience, the high cost of repairs, how the city might use its tax revenue, and why he personally loved his design. Factual errors went unchallenged. And at one point it was asserted that the Planning Commission had to balance conflicting goals. This is not the job of the Planning Commission, but that went unchallenged. However, it is your job to balance conflicting goals, even though you must adhere to the legal standards. Because if this goes to LUBA and everything is, you're telling me that it has to be totally legal, but the findings that you issued from the Planning Commission talked extensively about your discretion and your need to balance things and your discretionary findings. You can't have it both ways. It's not how it works. I think you're looking at a bit of trouble here, and you need to resolve these conflicts and make sure you're heading in the right direction. I oppose this, and I don't think you're on good legal standing.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Henry Dietzman.
Hello and welcome, Mr. Dietzman.
Thank you, Remy.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Henry Dietzman, 272 Northwest Meadowlark Way, McMinnville, Oregon. I agree with all of my opponents that have spoke so far tonight. There's one thing that I have not heard addressed at all over this, is the airborne toxins that are going to happen when they destroy this village. I like to sit on the corner of 3rd Street and 4th and drink wine every Friday afternoon at Terravena. I'm not going to be able to go there. I'm an old fart. I got lung problems. I can't be breathing in all this lime. This mortar that was used back at the time this was built is a minimum 80% lime. How are you going to push those walls over? What sort of balloon are they going to build around it to keep that from escaping onto 3rd Street and harming all the patrons on 3rd Street? Any answers to that?
All right.
Oh, you don't want to just shrug your damn head.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Please.
None. Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have John Thornton.
John Norjack, one and the same, are here this evening, I don't believe.
Ernie Munch.
Welcome, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record. Oh, yes, sorry, we'll wait if we can restart the time clock.
I just need it for reference.
Sure, is it a screen share? Just, I don't want our clock to get...
Need it for reference.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. My name is Ernie Munch. I'm an architect, and I've been an architect and planner for 49 years. And I have degrees in architecture from the U of O and also Columbia University. And I have walked 3rd Street because of work in Yamhill County, beginning in about 1987 when I first did a winery here. And when the vacancy rate was about 20%, now I understand there's a backlog for, viable spaces. I was also the architect responsible for the restoration of the Taylordale hardware store and the addition there too. I also toured at the request of a very substantial group who wanted to I toured 4 buildings on the block where this proposal is to assess them, and the group was experienced in historic restoration and hospitality. Wanted to build both a hotel and restore the buildings that were there. When they found out that those 5 properties that the Blendines had were not for sale, it was just the first 2, they backed away because they were smart. They wanted to honor what McMinnville had done and accomplished and the people who had built this town in the past, and they knew they would end up with a scheme like you're seeing now, and they weren't willing to do that. So I have written 2 letters, and I wanted to say that height is indeed an issue, and I think excluding that from the table is prejudicial. And I think Daniel, whose comments I support, put it very well. In my first letter, it goes through how you get to height. There's a 80-foot, wow. an 80-foot regulation and a matching the mass and volume, and you go to the general conditions, and it says that the most specific and the most restrictive should be honored, and that's in my letter. Also, getting the purpose in, there's a very good paragraph there under purpose, which tells what people are trying to accomplish with restoration. And I have to say that historical preservation runs through this everywhere. The economic gain doesn't really show up unless you look at the cost to the owner or economic hardship. And I feel the economic hardship is in some ways, 3 ways, self-imposed by the owner of the property.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Next, we have Ty Walsh.
Thank you. Welcome, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi. Ty Walsh, 2153 Northwest Pinehurst Drive, McMinnville. I'm opposed to this project as it stands now. Change is inevitable, and we've seen that in the last few years. There's been a mass exodus from large cities to small towns. People are trying to escape the big buildings and the noise. They're craving a sense of community, a sense of belonging, like we have here in the MAC. Great wine, wonderful restaurants, and warm people. Excuse me, I'm nervous. Of course, the Gwendolyn would want to build their hotel here. There's a delicate balance between holding on to a small town and growing. Places like Santa Barbara have managed to do it, to hold to their aesthetics, but to still grow. And I think that's something that we need to look at here. Will new business be good for McMinnville? Absolutely. Will they bring some money into the economy? Yes. But they're not building this out of the goodness of their hearts. They chose this for a reason. I understand bottom line and profit, and there's a value to having businesses that go beyond the bottom line, ones that foster that sense of belonging and community. The Gwendolyn isn't trying to do that, and they don't fit in our historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Next, we have Catherine Hewitt.
Welcome, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Catherine Hewitt, and it's spelled H-U-I-T. I'm a professional historian, certified records manager, and lifelong resident of McMinnville. I've been writing about McMinnville's unique and progressive city for many years, with many of my recent efforts, with my most recent effort resulting in the publication of At Your Service, McMinnville Water and Light, one of the oldest municipal utilities in the West. I entered the heritage field as a professional about the same time as McMinnville's Old Town became a recognized National Register Historic District. I've held roles as a museum curator, museum executive director, director and government relations chair for the Oregon Museum Association, and staff for the Heritage Division of Oregon State Historic Preservation Office, and throughout the last 35 years as a heritage consultant when the time and opportunity presented itself. I have experience preparing and am currently drafting a National Register nomination for the famous Spruce Goose, and I understand the requirements and responsibilities and ramifications that come with listing a single property or a historic district. I've studied McMinnville's ordinances regarding historic preservation, the State Historic Preservation Plan, and the National Historic Preservation Act with its related codes of federal regulation. Records indicate that McMinnville's downtown historic district is one of 16 eligible significant downtown historic districts in the state of Oregon, and McMinnville is one of 13 of those listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Studying the 1987 McMinnville Downtown Historic District listing, I find it outdated and in need of updating, at least with annotations about property loss. Reviewing the SHPO records, State Historic Preservation Office, for the McMinnville Downtown District, I found no amendments indicating the destruction of properties dating back to 1995. There is ample evidence showing that at least 4 properties in the 1987 listing no longer exist, and 2 of those are now vacant or parking lots. These properties were not situated in a contiguous manner. However, 2 of the properties are located on the 600 block that is subject of this proposal. I also found no discussion in the SHPO records of this current project. And I know professionals in the historic preservation field encounter potential buyers of historic properties all the time that are under threat of demolition. I'm not going to talk about the Bennett building. It's been covered in several other testimonies. But because these buildings are contiguous in nature, I feel they're going to disrupt the historic character of our downtown historic district. And I just ask why there's been more development at the east end of the historic district recently with the Tributary Hotel, the Troon, and other buildings. Why stop there? Why allow more destruction instead of letting property owners come in? Are there any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jennifer Larson Monroe.
Hi.
Good evening, welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jennifer Larson Morrow. I live in Sheridan, but I own the property at 726 Northeast 4th Street, which is the historic Wharton House. So I've submitted a letter which has a lot more in it. First of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate Daniel Kaiser submitting this appeal and the opportunity to speak to everybody too. My background is in marketing. I have a creative company. I'm mostly retired now, but I had my business in Salem for 20 years, and then when I had the opportunity to move to McMinnville, I took it. I got married, lived in Sheridan, bought the Wharton house with my husband so that we could have my office there, and I loved it. The first thing I did was join the McMinnville Downtown Association. So I've also had 20 years in business in McMinnville. I've done the branding for WOW. I've worked with Linfield College, and I actually was thrilled when I was chosen to create the Taste Mac campaign, which was the previous iteration before Visit McMinnville was founded. So I just wanted to say that McMinnville's appeal was often a selling point when I recruited new employees. I was thrilled when I was able to tout the assets of McMinnville through that campaign, and of course I've continued to do that. In 2017, I converted my office, the Wharton House, to a vacation rental. Its location, just a block off 3rd Street, is a huge asset, both for me and for visitors who continue to give the house a full 5-star rating. My biggest concern is that the brand character that is McMinnville downtown would be damaged and destroyed by what the Gwendolyn Hotel has proposed. I think it would change the aspect of what we have already loved and created and preserved for very many years. We have a rare jewel of a downtown. It's sustained and loved by people who are really committed to preserving its character, historic charm, intimacy, and small town feel. And as you already know, it has earned McMinnville many national awards. The Gwendolyn Hotel project, as presented, will permanently destroy downtown's brand character, that intimate, cozy feeling and historic tree-line view, which has been nurtured over decades. It's too big. And Daniel Kaiser gave a great summary of how much too big it is. It's out of scale for 3rd Street. It does not integrate with or enhance what we already have. It detracts. It will overwhelm what we have cared for, the character we all love, and the ambiance we want to keep alive. The Gwendolyn project design could work somewhere else in McMinnville. I think it would be an asset, but it's not on 3rd Street. It's just too big, too big. So I beg the council and the planning division to follow the previous decision to deny the demolition and new construction of the Gwendolyn Hotel. It's a mistake for the future of McMinnville, and most importantly, for the future of our nationally recognized remarkable jewel of our beloved 3rd Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Next, we have Leah Carson. How about Linda Levitt?
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for coming. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Linda Levitt. I live at 11193 Southwest Gilbert Creek Road in Willamina, Oregon. I am the owner of the building kitty-cornered across the street from where the demolition is supposed to happen, the right building. I'm very, very happy to see all the people, what they've said tonight. They've taken a lot of my notes, so I don't have to say a lot. One thing they did not mention is 3.5 years of tearing down these beautiful buildings. What is it going to do to the small businesses on 3rd Street? When we went through COVID, a lot of them had major trouble because people couldn't get to their offices, couldn't get to the businesses, could not get to the restaurants and so forth. My building being right next door at 3rd and Ford, we had massive traffic jams, dirt. Traffic was held up a lot of time. You had to park 2-3 blocks from the offices where you resided in. It was a disaster for us. And now that we're seeing that they want to do underground parking, all we have to do is drive to Portland, look in the grounds where they, like up on Northwest Kearney, where I've been because of my husband's doctor, they've got grounds dug down blocks, it seems like, for underground parking. How many dozens of dump trucks are they going to have to take out of there? How much mud is going to be on 3rd Street? Where are they going to take all that? So, and why is an out of the area people want to come here and do it? Why haven't some of our people in McMinnville wanted to do this? Because they want McMinnville to stay a hometown. We don't want McMinnville to look like Portland. Portland is where people are moving from to come to this little town. And the Sunset Magazine, I remember what the person said earlier than me. I heard it too, and I love the downtown section. I have recently sold my building to one of my tenants. RJ Studios has bought my building. It will go through May 15th. That's when it signs. They want to keep it like it is, and he has a garage door on his space. Nobody says a word because it's the old building. Farnham Electric used to be in there, and it's everybody loves it. And Randy Urinek loves it so much, he said, Linda, if you ever go to sell it, I want it. Several weeks ago, I said to him, I'm going to sell it. I want it that quick. He wants to keep it as it is, and so do I. 3.5 years of construction's going to kill 3rd Street.
Thank you for your testimony. I will remind the council this is a land use decision, and where the applicant resides has no bearing on our decision this evening. Are there any questions for this person? No? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Erin Stevenson.
Good evening and welcome. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Erin Stevenson. I live at 1350 Northwest Greenview Court in McMinnville. I am a lifelong McMinnville resident, and I am also one of the owners, along with Ben Pearl and Brian Shea, of the Atticus Hotel business. And also through a separate LLC, I am one of the owners of the Atticus Hotel property with Brian Shea, Rob Stevenson, my father, and Jeb Bladine. And I was the project manager for the Atticus Hotel project, which we just crossed our 5-year anniversary. Time has really flown. And I have listened to every one of these proceedings. I've been like a lot of other people at home with my bowl of popcorn watching this all unfold, and have heard the words Atticus Hotel what feels like hundreds of times. And I would like to come tonight, though, to really correct some things in the public record. At the Planning Commission meeting, there were several inaccurate statements that went into the public record made by planning commissioners through no malicious intent. I think people have just sort of forgotten the information, but I didn't want to let those things sit. So I would like to correct the public record that the Atticus Hotel was not built on the property of a demolished building. We did not demolish anything. I think somebody else mentioned tonight it was a parking lot. A planning commissioner did say that we demolished a building to build the hotel. That is incorrect. It also went into the record from a planning commissioner that the Atticus Hotel has Juliet balconies. That is also incorrect. We do not have any Juliet balconies. We have flower boxes in all of our windows. We think they're really lovely. And we have balconies at the front of the building. There has also been a tremendous amount of conversation about the mass and size of the Atticus Hotel. And so I wanted to touch on that as well. Our codes and ordinances have not changed since 1987. The rules were the same when we did this. We opened in 2018, and we were bound by the same rule that we would be of similar size and mass to the historic buildings on our block. On our block is the Oddfellows Lodge and McMinnville's Hotel Oregon. The Atticus Hotel is 1 story higher than the Oddfellows Lodge, which we also own. And it is almost identical in mass, very, very close in mass to the Hotel Oregon. Those two buildings sit on 2 of the 4 corners in the historic district. We could have tried to build to 80 feet. We could have come before HLC with a waiver for that. We decided not to do that. Our property penciled at 36 rooms. Stick frame construction changes over 4 stories. Steel is more expensive, so when you go above 4 stories, costs go up too. And we penciled just fine at 4, and it fit the size and massing of what we understood the ordinance to be.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kevin Kavanaugh. How about Ilsa Purse?
Welcome. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ilsa Purse, 5765 Northeast Mineral Springs Road in Carlton. I and 6 other women own a gallery almost directly opposite from the proposed Gwendolyn Hotel. I walked out of my gallery today, turned my head slightly to the right, and tried to imagine a building that's essentially 6 stories high, covering 3/4 of the block, and thought about the developer's claim that depending on where you stand, it would only appear to be 2 stories tall. One might think that my business partners would be thrilled at the prospect of all those hotel guests strolling on 3rd Street and perhaps even buying art. But instead, we are not in favor of this project, as are many other 3rd Street business owners. I talked to dozens of visitors asking where they're from and what brings them here. Many are day trippers from as far south as Eugene and as far north as Vancouver, along with folks from many other neighboring communities. They come for a pleasant outing in a town that is lovingly preserved, vibrant, and real, also situated in a beautiful valley. And I might add that I've had more than 3 people in the last few months come from Bend who want to leave Bend because tourism has ruined it. And they thought McMinnville would be a nice place to start over again. One of the 8 goals of the MacTown 2032 plan says, quote, leverage the growing tourism industry towards new business development and investment, unquote. It does not say, as the Gwendolyn developers imply, that McMinnville strives to be a tourist town. It is ironic that the developers want to be in a historic district that their own building will degrade and will make it less historic, which is strange since this is why they want to be here. There are 7 other MacTown goals that focus on issues which have nothing to do with tourism, but instead with quality of life, creating, quote, family wage jobs that are multi-generational and reinforce the small town charm of McMinnville, unquote. And McMinnville's small town charm is due to its historic buildings. The Gwendolyn doesn't add to its charm and authenticity, but in fact detracts from it. And as Beth Castor talked about earlier, it will really impact the kinds of fair rents that most of us pay to local landlords. It will drive everything up. And the woman who owns my building has said she really worries about that. The Historic Landmarks Committee did a thorough job focusing on legal reasons why demolishing 3 historic buildings does not meet the historic preservation codes. They did their homework. They did not make discretionary decisions, but legal ones, and were not distracted by irrelevant issues. I urge you to follow their lead and look at the legal, not discretionary constraints of the codes in order to prevent the destruction of the historic district that makes McMinnville special.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Amanda Piwanka. How about Kathleen Stoll? Oh.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the entrance. If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Hello. I'm Amanda Piwanka. I live at 2501 Northeast Evans. Apartment 998. You don't need to know my apartment number. McMinnville, Oregon, 97128. And I am, first of all, so thankful that we live in a country with free assembly. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Miss Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I guess the new and fresh perspective that I can give to my opposition of this is that I have been a wine tour guide for the last 4 years, and I've worked in the hospitality industry. I worked at the Allison Inn and Spa for the last 8 years, and I now am an employee at Cypress, the new restaurant opening up in the Atticus. I have had, as a wine tour guide, I have had countless hours of face-to-face conversations with tourists who have visited, who have been to Napa Valley all over the world. And so of course I'm gonna ask them, what do you love about Willamette Valley? What makes McMinnville special? And they, almost all of them look at me and go, it's not Napa Valley, that's why. And their reasoning is because Napa Valley is too expensive. Now, the reason why, of course, the whole reason why I even state this, I'm also a small business owner in town, so I moved here 7 years ago, and I believe McMinnville has been built, and we love McMinnville so much because of the support of the Chamber of Commerce and the support of small mom and pop shops. And the whole reason why I bring that up, of course, is because this hotel is going to drive up everything. It's going to usher in a new era for McMinnville that I don't think the majority of McMinnvilleites, McMinnvillians, I don't know what we're called.
McMinnvillians.
Thank you. I don't think that's what we want. I really don't. Yeah, $60 million sounds super awesome, but at what expense, you know? And coming from a person who talks to tourists every single day, they don't want this either. They want the historical charm. I know Gwendolyn would be great in various areas around McMinnville, like what people are saying, but absolutely not destroying 3 historical buildings, absolutely not moving in on 3rd Street. That's what makes McMinnville awesome. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Kathleen Stoller.
I think she's left.
And that's everyone who signed up.
Great, including the people that who you called earlier. Did we give them a second?
Trisha Dembski.
And I know John Norjack Thornton is still here. Was there anyone else?
Leah Carson.
And
Kevin Kavanaugh.
okay. Is there, let's see,
Is there anyone in Civic Hall who wishes to testify in opposition of this project? Please indicate so by raising your hand. Please come up. Thank you for joining us this evening, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Rickert, 1116 Southwest Russ Lane in McMinnville. My wife and I are new here. We've only been here about 4 or 5 months, and this whole meeting has been a real education for both of us. We moved here because it's small, and when I see this thing that's going to go in on 3rd Street, if it goes in, I'm thinking I'm going to have to move again. And I don't want to do it because I'm 84 years old and I moved myself this last time, and I don't want to do that again. What I'd like to do is tell you what I think I've heard here tonight. I've heard a lot about money. Money seems to be driving all of this. You got a guy who owns these buildings and he doesn't want to repair them. And we've been told that if you repair them, you can lease them out. But the big question I have for y'all is, do you want a historical area or don't you? You have a designation, and I think you need to keep it. Or tell all the people here that you're not going to keep it and you're going to let it go. I come from an area that had a big historical preserved area, and it was wonderful. We didn't have discussions like this. Landlords kept their buildings up, and they made money. I own a big apartment building in another big city, and if I took the attitude that this owner takes, I'd lose all my income. I have to maintain my building in order to get my income for me to retire. So I don't understand why you can just let a building be neglected. So I would say improve your building, but you guys need to ask yourself a big question. Do you want a historical area or don't you? And that's what I've heard here tonight. And I think what Daniel said was just wonderful. I mean, he put it to you. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone else in the gallery wish to provide testimony in opposition to this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Right. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to testify in opposition of this proposal? Please indicate your interest by raising your hand in the participant section of the Zoom controls or by sending a chat directly to Claudia Cisneros indicating that you wish to testify. Thank you. Is there anyone on the phone? Thank you. Procedural question, since we noticed until 10 p.m., if we provide the applicant opportunity to respond right now of 25 minutes and it pushes us a little past 10 p.m. before we break, is there any issue with that?
Not unless there are any policies of the council that would prevent that. Going past 10 o'clock certainly wouldn't.
Okay, so so everyone knows my intention. I'm assuming the applicant would like to respond. But before you, I'm just assuming that's a yes assumption. Okay, so my intention for the rest of this meeting is we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, the applicant will have 25 minutes to respond. At that point, council will be able to share any additional questions that they have with city staff, which will give staff a little bit of a opportunity to bring those questions back tomorrow. We'll conclude the hearing this evening once council has finished those questions for staff. And as we've already have this meeting noticed for tomorrow at 6 p.m., we'll then return at 6 p.m. tomorrow for our deliberations and decision. And so with that, it's 9:39. We'll go ahead and take 6 whole minutes and come back at 9:45. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
I will agree that the way that I asked it probably just didn't come across as germane, but it was like I couldn't even think about it just to satisfy that, because I knew that it was.
If I could ask everybody to find their seats again, please. If I could get everybody back into their seats, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm going to be here tomorrow anyway. 25 more minutes, ain't going to kill me.
Okay, good evening and welcome back. Thank you. We are now to the point for the applicant to respond to any of the opposing testimony, and that rebuttal testimony will be limited to 25 minutes. But I believe I did state that we were going to do that testimony before closing. Yes, please, sir.
Of course. Again, for the record, Damian Hall here on behalf of Applicant Hugh Development. Before we start the clock or do anything, I'd like to request a slight procedural modification. Given the extensive testimony and written documents that have just been handed to me in the last 4 hours, I'd like to not request that the record stay open and extend the process. I'd like to continue the glide path towards a resolution of this tomorrow, but I request to reserve my 25 minutes for rebuttal until the beginning of the reopening of the hearing tomorrow, and then proceed with the process accordingly.
Does any counselor have any opposition to this request? Counselor Gary?
I just have a question. What are the proceeding steps after that? So what happens? Just remind me what.
I'll defer to staff to answer that question.
After the applicant's closing rebuttal, unless there's a request to submit written final argument, you would proceed immediately into deliberations. And so at deliberations, hopefully you would either give direction to staff or reach a tentative conclusion, and then we'd come back with findings in a few weeks.
Elaborate a little bit on written.
So tomorrow, if, let's say you granted his request and there's no request for written final argument, you would hear his rebuttal from 6 to 6:25 and start after that. You would begin your deliberations and towards reaching a decision.
Well, wouldn't we have an interim step there where council would have an opportunity to give questions to staff?
Correct. I'm sorry, you're right. Additional questions to staff that we would respond to and leading into deliberations.
So really, we're wrestling over who gets the night to prepare their questions. But, which I would prefer. I'd prefer to hear tonight and then open the 6 with our questions to staff, but that's mine.
Counselor?
I just have another procedural question, and I concur with your analysis there. After the question, or after his rebuttal, do we get the opportunity to ask any questions of the appellant, or are we done now?
So the applicant, because the applicant always carries the burden, gets to go first and last. And so the applicant gets the last word and nothing.
So we're done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so, yeah.
I wasn't clear where.
Council President Garvin has a question too.
Yes, Council President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I would concur with Councilor Geary, and I would like to hear the rebuttal testimony this evening and give us as councilors time to consider all testimony this evening and come back tomorrow to deliberate with their questions of staff and hopefully reach a decision tomorrow night, at least for an initial vote, to be able to have our second vote on an ordinance on the 25th, so staff can write findings on whatever our decision body
I can go
and meet
either
the
way.
May 9th deadline.
Councilor Peralta, any strong feelings to contribute one way or the other?
Well, I mean, I'm inclined to give the applicant the opportunity to have a night to review the written statements so that they can speak to those directly. But I can also defer to my colleagues if there's a preference to complete that tonight.
I have another thought, if I may. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who the appropriate party is here, but I would appreciate hearing from staff or the applicant with regard to the Bennett building and the north half.
Yeah, so I think my concern is that if we kind of, if we don't go forward with your testimony tonight, and council has an opportunity to get those, to get their follow-up questions to staff, that we limit the council from the opportunity to bring in as much information as they need as possible. And I know that the council has follow-up questions already for staff that they'll need to also consider. And I absolutely understand wanting to have the more time to prepare. However, the council also needs adequate time to prepare. And I think that moving forward, as I laid out in the beginning, is not only follows what I'm kind of, it seems I have kind of a split council, and
Well, I think there might be a way to achieve what we're trying to do here, because going back to the question about, I think originally Councilor Geary asked about what are we talking about holding the record open for final written argument and final legal argument. Applicant has a set of rights to have 7 days to respond to written materials, I believe, that were received. I'm talking about fast tracking that so I can overnight respond to these written materials. So that's kind of the background. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that in great depth. I'd be comfortable responding and giving, say take 10 of my 25 minutes to right now respond to the oral testimony, which I have had a chance to hear, as opposed to because my job is to be responsive to everything that was just handed to me, and I cannot tell you what was all just handed to me. So I think doing that this evening is a tall order. I'd be glad to split it if we're talking about saving 10 or 15 minutes.
I'm not talking about saving 10 or 15 minutes. Mr. Kabaisman, could you advise us, please?
Sure. As Mr. Hall indicated, as I mentioned, the applicant does have a right to submit final written argument for 7 days. I believe, if I heard him right, and he can certainly correct me, what he's proposing is 10 minutes tonight to submit, to respond to oral argument, and then he would commit to a written document, that final written argument, tomorrow, and then the 15 minutes, the remainder of his rebuttal time to basically walking through that or supplementing that. Is that correct, Mr. Hall?
Correct. I would not ask for more time beyond tomorrow, however we get there.
Follow-up question from Councilor Geary, please.
And if we agree to that structure, you also said or indicated you would waive the 7 days additional. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, I'll not ask for more time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's easier if we just do the 25 minutes tomorrow,
Yeah.
but
Well,
we
we're
all
going
get
to
out.
delay it at all.
Yeah, we all get out of here by 10, but with whatever is the pleasure of the council.
It's up to the council whether you want to hear. The applicant does have the right for 7 days. We've heard him commit to getting it within 24 hours or 20 hours, I guess. So, yeah, the question is whether you want to split the rebuttal half now and half tomorrow.
And Councilor Menke?
Okay, this may be foolish, but could we get his written rebuttal tomorrow and then have it listened to him for 25 minutes when the hearing starts? I mean, I'd like to get it like by noon tomorrow so I can read it.
Well, I think that's one of the things we're all wrestling with here is how can we get our general response? I have Council President Garvin that would like to add to the conversation, and then I think I know how we're going to proceed. Council President?
I would just like to amend my previous comments that if the applicant would waive his 7-day clock and we could wrap this up tomorrow night, then I would be inclined to hear his 25 minutes of testimony and preferably receive his written rebuttal ahead of that meeting, but not with, undue time for him to have due diligence. So if that comes at 5 p.m., then that comes at 5 p.m., but I would like a little bit before his 25 minutes of testimony.
Okay, so it sounds like your negotiation is essentially being accepted here, but I'm going to state for the record here what we are agreeing to, which is that we will delay your rebuttal until tomorrow at 6 p.m. And in return, you will waive your 7-day final written testimony. Is that, Mr. Gebeisman, would you like to?
Close. What I think I heard was that they'd be willing to submit the 7 days within 1 day. So essentially, they're waiving 6 days of the final written argument, and they'll have the written testimony by the meeting tomorrow.
Mr. Hall, is that accurate? Would you?
Correct. I will hand you no written materials or request time after the hearing tomorrow.
Yes, and I don't feel comfortable imposing additional hour shortages on that, given the depth of the conversation. So we will then actually conclude on time as we for what we intended this evening. So we'll continue this public hearing tomorrow at 6 p.m. and we will begin with rebuttal testimony and. We've stated, I think, everything we need to state for the record in terms of the other procedural issues, or?
So just clarifying, you're continuing the public hearing to tomorrow at 6 p.m.
We're continuing the public hearing till tomorrow at 6 p.m. when we will begin with the applicant's rebuttal and continue from that process forward. And the applicant is waiving their right to submit additional written testimony following the public hearing tomorrow.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just had a quick question regarding submitting questions to our staff. Can I just send those via email tonight or tomorrow morning so that you know ahead of time the kind of questions I'm going to be throwing at you?
So procedurally, I'm going to defer to our legal counsel. If you're going to ask me questions that introduce new evidence into the record, the applicant should have the opportunity to receive that evidence.
I don't think so. I think it's just going to be clarifying questions.
Yeah.
I would heavily discourage you from asking for new evidence.
If I do, just don't answer.
Understood.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for bringing the question forward. I'm glad we were able to come to a solution that works for everybody. And we will see you all tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. The public hearing is closed for the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Record.